Chapter 254. Don't let him get away. Qi Lianying shouted subconsciously, but then she remembered that Lu Ping wasn't someone she could yell at. If she yelled at him like that, he might even feel annoyed. Qi Lianying looked at Lu Ping with an apologetic and pleading look, but she found that although Lu Ping did not show any displeasure, he did not say anything further. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. At this moment, Heng Shikue, who was running away, suddenly stopped and quickly turned his head to the side to dodge. A flying sword suddenly appeared in front of Heng Shikue out of thin air. It suddenly flashed with a cold light and slashed at Heng Shikue's neck. Shapeless sword technique. Heng Shikue, who thought that he could escape, was not prepared at all. Although he managed to avoid being hit in the vital parts, one of his ears was cut off by the invisible flying sword. Heng Shikue screamed in pain, but Qi Lianying was overjoyed. She rushed forward recklessly, her sleeves fluttering as if she was dancing. However, every time she swung her sleeves, they went straight for Heng Shikue's vital parts, entangling him tightly. She looked like she was going all out. Although Lu Ping did not know why Qi Lianying wanted to kill Heng Shikue, he knew that even if Lu Ping and Qi Lianying joined forces, they might not be able to kill a core forging perfected master unless Lu Ping used his natal gentian formation. Since Lu Ping had saved Qi Lianying, he naturally had his own plans. He would not let her fall into danger again. Therefore, the golden scale sword circled around like a fish jumping into the sea. Perhaps Qi Lianying still had some trump cards up her sleeves. The one Heng Shikue was truly afraid of was still Lu Ping. This was the reason why he was so anxious to escape. However, this crazy woman in front of him was pestering him relentlessly, and her attacks were not weak either. It was difficult for Heng Shikue to get rid of her for a while. Right at this moment, Heng Shikue's spiritual will sensed a great danger coming from the seawater beneath his feet. Heng Shikue flicked out a crystal shield and allowed Qi Lianying to attack him, but he held the ice and fire bracelets tightly in his hands as he looked at the bottom of the sea with a grave expression. The surface of the sea suddenly broke open, and a single-horned golden flood dragon suddenly broke out of the water, pouncing at Heng Shikue with its claws and fangs bared. The power of the horn transformed from the golden scale sword on its head was clearly far above that of the Qinghan sword. In addition to the 9 psychic sword lights in its eyes and 4 claws, the golden flood dragon also had 72 glittering psychic sword teeth in its mouth, and the remaining 36 psychic sword lights formed a sword-shaped mark near its throat. Due to the improvement of the golden scale sword and Lu Ping's swordsmanship, the power of the green flood dragon disturbing the sea sword art was incomparable to before. Heng Shikue naturally knew how powerful it was. The ice and fire bracelets slowly stacked together in his hands. Then, Heng Shikue pressed hard, and the 2 jade bracelets were forcibly fused into a new jade bracelet. Then, a white flame suddenly ignited on the body of the jade bracelet. The flame jumped in the void and strangely condensed the water vapor in the air into a layer of ice in the shape of a flame. The jade bracelet rose into the air and wrapped around the golden flood dragon. Lu Ping naturally sensed the strangeness of the jade bracelet. Lu Ping's divine sense swept over it, and the flame on the jade bracelet suddenly rose, as if it was burning and freezing Lu Ping's divine sense. Lu Ping only felt a strange cold, but it gave people a burning feeling. He felt a stabbing pain in his divine sense, and a wisp of divine sense suddenly disappeared. Lu Ping did not dare to be careless. The golden flood dragon continued to attack the jade bracelet. Every time it attacked, dozens of sword lights peeled off from the golden flood dragon's body, turning into drops of flame-shaped ice beads that fell into the sea, making a chi-chi sound, and then rising white smoke. Lu Ping's golden flood dragon became smaller and smaller. Although Heng Shikue's jade bracelet was powerful, it was obviously a difficult method to control. Sure enough, Lu Ping saw that every time the golden flood dragon attacked the jade bracelet, the golden flood dragon would be injured, and Heng Shikue's face would change again and again with each attack of the golden flood dragon. Obviously, it was not easy. The jade bracelet finally wrapped around the golden flood dragon's neck, and it became tighter and tighter. The golden flood dragon struggled a few times, and its whole body disintegrated. But at this moment, 36 psychic sword lights suddenly pierced out from the neck of the golden flood dragon that was beginning to collapse, and the jade bracelet suddenly stopped. Then, the horn turned back into the golden scale sword and suddenly slashed. With a crisp dang, the golden scale sword flew back, but the jade bracelet was broken by the golden scale sword again, turning into two. The white flame on it flashed and finally disappeared. Hong Shikui's face first turned white, then red, and he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lu Ping with eyes full of fear and hatred. Lu Ping did not have it easy either. The golden scale sword had relied on the quality of its own magic treasure. Although it had broken up the fused ice and fire bracelets, the moment the two collided, the strange flame suddenly burned away the transcendence energy contained in the sword. Moreover, the golden scale sword was a magic treasure after all. It was meticulously refined by Taoist Jin Li, and it was a magic treasure with room for improvement. The transcendence energy consumed to use this magic treasure was indeed a burden for Lu Ping. On the other side, Qi Lianying finally took advantage of the opportunity when Hong Shikui was seriously injured by Lu Ping again. She knocked away the crystal shield in front of her, then raised her hand and threw a small golden snake straight at Qi Lianying's face. Golden thread snake. Hong Shikui's divine sense transformed into a huge white hand with a ball of fire burning in its palm. He slapped the golden snake away, but his eyes were wandering and his divine sense was also spreading out, as if he was guarding against something. Sure enough, a silver thread appeared behind Hong Shikui, biting at his back. Hong Shikui was already prepared. He crossed his bracelets, and an ice blade emitting flames cut at the silver thread. However, there was a flash of golden light. At some point, the golden thread snake that had been slapped away suddenly appeared nearby. It swept its tail and shattered the ice blade. However, the golden thread snake's golden tail suddenly stiffened. Although a white flame flashed on the tail, the golden thread snake's golden head swayed left and right, hissing. It was obvious that it had just suffered a great loss. The silver thread had already taken the opportunity to pounce in front of Hong Shikui, biting the back of his hand. Hong Shikui's protective upstanding chi did not have the slightest effect on him. Hong Shikui's expression changed drastically, but he did not think twice. He summoned the ice jade bracelet and knocked it against his left hand. His left hand and wrist turned into ice chips and fell, leaving only the wound frozen, without a drop of blood. At this moment, the top-grade flying sword that attacked Hong Shikui earlier suddenly appeared next to him again. Hong Shikui could not dodge in time, and blood bloomed from his waist again. Golden thread silver thread snake. I didn't expect Qi Lianying to have such a strange beast. Lu Ping looked at the two little snakes that were circling in front of Qi Lianying with a strange light in his eyes. He wondered how these two little snakes were compared to his green sea snake. The golden thread silver thread snake usually appeared in pairs. The golden thread snake was as hard as iron and extremely difficult to kill. Some people had seen a golden thread snake survive after being hit by a magic weapon. The silver thread snake was a master of sneak attacks. Its figure was extremely difficult to be discovered, and it could ignore the protective upstanding chi of a practitioner. Its snake venom was extremely vicious. It was said that even Dharma form Laozu would have to spend a lot of effort to be bitten by it. The venom of the silver thread snake was far above that of the green sea snake. However, since Samling absorbed and integrated the golden meteorite aura in the golden canyon of Seven Stars Heaven, its venom may not be weaker than the venom of the silver thread snake. It might even be a level higher. Are you two completely sure that you can keep me here? At worst, you will die together with me. At that time, you and the people behind you will all suffer the merciless revenge of the Crystal Palace. Hong Shikui was injured again and again, but he became ruthless. Qi Lianying snorted coldly and said, "You should have been prepared to die long ago." In this world, only the Crystal Palace can kill people, but others can't kill the practitioners of the Crystal Palace. Is this the principle of the Crystal Palace? Lu Ping stretched out his hand and waved. A flying sword shining with a cold light suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping held it in his hand and carefully felt the characteristics of this flying sword. He was quite satisfied. This was the top-grade flying sword Lu Ping obtained from the practitioner of the Crystal Palace who was killed in the Land of 100 Flowers. It was called Serene Water. The Serene Water sword itself was a sword that could be used for assassination. After Lu Ping obtained it, he used it to perform the shapeless sword technique. It complemented each other perfectly. With one move, he obtained an ear of a perfected cultivator in the core forging realm. Lu Ping waved his hand, and the Serene Water sword suddenly disappeared beside him. Hong Shikue felt a chill in his heart. Hong Shikue had experienced the ability of the Serene Water sword twice in a row. He could not help but focus all his attention on the void around him. At this moment, Qi Lianying suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood again. When Lu Ping turned his head, he saw a huge pair of scissors rising above Qi Lianying's head. The two long blades on the scissors closed together, and half of Hong Shikue's shoulder was suddenly separated from his body. Magic weapon. You actually have a magic weapon too. The horrified Hong Shikue lost the slightest will to fight. With the help of the blood, he used the blood escape technique and tried to escape. Qi Lianying's hands, which were controlling the scissors with great difficulty, formed a seal with great difficulty. The scissors suddenly opened and closed above her head again. Hong Shikue, who was just about to use the blood escape technique, screamed again. The blood escape technique was broken, and he was cut in half from the waist down by the scissors. Lu Ping, who was watching from the side, also felt a chill in his heart. The power of this pair of scissors was far greater than that of the pestle with 2 talisman treasures carved on it. Perhaps the 2 talisman treasures carved on it were different. Hong Shikue's upper body suddenly exploded, and a gloomy golden pill that was about to collapse jumped out from his heart. 2 jade bracelets, one above and the other below, protected the golden pill in the middle, and continued to escape. At this time, Qi Lianying was already exhausted. How could she stop the golden pill? She could only look pleadingly at Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled and pointed a finger. Suddenly, a huge silver jade seal descended from the sky. With a loud bang, the jade bracelets had already lost the support of their magic power and were sent flying by the landslide. Before the golden pill was hit by the landslide, it disintegrated in the air and turned into a ball of extremely dense spirit qi, which then spread in the air. Chapter 255. The 2 jade bracelets that were knocked away were suddenly shaken by 2 rays of golden light. The jade bracelets suddenly stopped in the air, and 2 giant palms rose from the sea, grabbing the jade bracelets and flying toward Lu Ping. Although Qi Lianying also coveted the 2 jade bracelets, her mana was depleted, and it was difficult for her to even stand. She could only watch as Lu Ping played with the jade bracelets in his hands. Lu Ping turned his head and smiled at Qi Lianying. Qi Lianying knew that her thoughts had been seen through by Lu Ping, but she did not feel embarrassed. She rolled her eyes at him. Lu Ping laughed at himself and threw a jade bottle to Qi Lianying. Qi Lianying took the jade bottle, uncorked it, and poured out a medicinal pill. She did not even look at it and swallowed it. Aren't you worried? Aren't you afraid that it is poison? Lu Ping asked with a chuckle. Qi Lianying looked at him with disdain and giggled. You saved me and then killed me. Could it be that this old lady's brain is broken like yours? Lu Ping smiled wickedly and said, maybe it is aphrodisiac. Qi Lianying still giggled happily. Then I have no choice. I will have to obey you. Let us be a couple, and the scenery of the East Sea will not be in vain. Lu Ping laughed dryly. He could not handle this situation, and he was really no match for this woman. He could only focus on the 2 jade bracelets in his hands. Qi Lianying saw that Lu Ping was embarrassed, and she laughed like a victorious hen. She looked at Lu Ping with colorful eyes. Lu Ping coughed and said without looking up, "If I were you, I would take advantage of the medicinal pill to heal my wounds. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you forcefully use the mystic treasures and damage your foundation." Qi Lianying glanced at Lu Ping seductively and said, "Don't leave me alone while I'm recuperating." Lu Ping knew that the more you provoked this woman, the more excited she would be. Lu Ping closed his eyes and completely ignored her. Qi Lianying looked at Lu Ping and giggled. Then, she sat on the sea and began to suppress her internal injuries. Lu Ping guarded her while trying to figure out how to use the 2 jade bracelets. With the jade bracelets in hand, Lu Ping knew that he had found a treasure. 2 jade bracelets, 1 ice and 1 fire. Lu Ping could tell at a glance that the spirit materials used to forge the ice bracelets were the 1,000-year chilling ice jade. This was a type of second-grade mutated spiritual material. Lu Ping also had a top-grade mystic treasure made from this jade. It was a gift from his second senior apprentice sister, Li Xuanru. He had asked Chen Lian's father to make it into a top-grade jade pendant, which he could carry around with him to aid his cultivation. As for the other fire ring, Lu Ping couldn't tell what kind of spirit material was used to forge it, but he reckoned that its quality wasn't inferior to the ice ring mixed with the Millennium Cold Ice Jade. It was also a top-grade mystic instrument that could be upgraded into a mystic treasure. These 2 jade bracelets were Heng Shikui's life-bound magic artifacts. Clearly, they were meant to be refined as magic treasures. Fortunately, Heng Shikui had only advanced recently and had yet to upgrade the 2 jade bracelets to magic treasures. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been hard to predict. Lu Ping's divine sense penetrated the 2 jade bracelets, and along with his own magic power, he worked hard to expel Heng Shikui's imprint from them. Then he began to gradually refine them. At this time, Lu Ping discovered that these 2 jade bracelets each had a complex restriction that had not been completed. Lu Ping, who had seen this type of enchantment a few times, naturally recognized at a glance that they were 2 incomplete enchantment treasures. The 2 enchantment treasures had opposite attributes. One was suitable for fire elemental cultivation techniques, while the other was suitable for water elemental mystic treasures. However, when the 2 enchantment treasures worked together, they could strangely fuse together, greatly enhancing the power of the mystic treasures. The jade bracelet also gained some profound mysteries, just like the white flame that shocked Lu Ping during the battle just now. Lu Ping sensed that the jade bracelet was already strong enough to contend against the golden scale sword with just the 2 incomplete enchantments. If the 2 enchantments were completed, the jade bracelet's power would definitely be stronger than the golden scale sword. And if the 2 completed jade bracelets were combined, the resulting power would be even stronger than a single mystic weapon engraved with 2 different enchantments. Although these 2 mystic treasures were powerful, they were strange mystic treasures. A corresponding cultivation method was needed to fully unleash the power of the ice and fire bracelets. After all, ice and fire were 2 attributes that were extremely difficult to fuse together. Clearly, Heng Shikui had cultivated such a strange cultivation method. Although Lu Ping's cultivation method could also unleash the power of the ice bracelets, he was helpless against the fire bracelets. Once the ice and fire bracelets couldn't be used together, the power of these 2 mystic treasures would be reduced by half. In the night sky of the East Sea, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Flood waves surged, giving off an atmosphere of desolation and vitality. After taking the heart-dissolving pill refined by Lu Ping, the blue phoenix had successfully advanced to the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. Her body had become even larger, and her sharp eyes were constantly staring ahead. On the broad back of the blue phoenix, Lu Ping and Qi Lianying sat facing each other. Qi Lianying's complexion had improved a lot. It was obvious that her injuries were completely under control. However, flying on a mystic treasure was still very inconvenient, so Lu Ping had to call Lu Qin out from the spirit beast pouch and carry the 2 of them in the direction of Qianyuan City. What a coincidence! You're also going to Qianyuan City? There are many people there. Aren't you afraid of being seen and reported to the Crystal Palace? Lu Ping asked casually. Qianyuan City is the headquarters of the Northern Alliance. Naturally, they won't allow the Crystal Palace to behave atrociously in the city. However, I have my own plans. When the time comes, no one will recognize me, so you don't have to be so concerned about me, Qi Lianying said nonchalantly. By the way, why are you so determined to kill that Heng Shikue? After all, he is a core forging enlightened master. If you don't handle it well, both of you will be injured. Lu Ping asked curiously. You want to run after taking advantage of me? Not even the Crystal Palace. Even if I die, I will take a bite out of them. Lu Ping saw that she didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask any more. Unexpectedly, Qi Lianying pulled down her gauze dress, revealing her smooth shoulder. She leaned to the side, and a purplish palm print appeared on the back of her shoulder in front of Lu Ping. Seeing that Lu Ping didn't understand, Qi Lianying explained, "This is the soul-chasing palm of the Crystal Palace. The practitioner who is hit by this palm will not only be seriously injured, but may also die. Even if he doesn't die, this palm also contains a trace of the divine sense of the person who made the palm. As long as the person who made the palm doesn't die, you can follow this divine sense to find the person who was hit. If I don't kill him, what awaits me is the endless pursuit of the Crystal Palace. Soul chasing, even if I don't die, I won't be able to escape." Lu Ping coughed and said, I see. Well, the wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Put on your clothes first. This reason? Very strong. Qi Lianying looked at Lu Ping's embarrassed look, and suddenly giggled. Lu Ping felt a little embarrassed, so he closed his eyes and stopped talking. Chapter 256. 2 days later, on the boundless East Sea, an island that looked like a continent suddenly appeared, Qianyuan Island, the largest island in the northern part of the East Sea. At the center of Qianyuan Island was the rolling Qianyuan Mountain, and a magnificent city surrounded the entire Qianyuan Mountain. This was Qianyuan City, a huge mountain city, the real center of the Northern Alliance. Lu Ping and Qi Lianying parted ways before entering the city. Both of them had important things to do, so naturally, they would not enter the city together. Before Qi Lianying left, she chuckled strangely at Lu Ping, then suddenly tore off a piece of skin from her face, changing it into a mature and charming face. This level of disguise was far superior to the white and red masks that Lu Ping had used before. Lu Ping actually did not notice it at all before. According to Heng Ying, Qi Lianying had been dominating the 27 outer islands for 7 years, and even negotiated with the core forging enlightened masters of the 3 alliances many times before finally successfully occupying 5 islands. In other words, this woman had worn a mask on her face for 7 years without anyone noticing. The ingenuity of her disguise and her forbearance really made Lu Ping admire her. The entire Qianyuan city was protected by a huge formation, and the large spirit vein on Qianyuan Island was the source of the formation's spiritual power. Legend had it that this large spirit vein had been carefully cultivated by generations of masters of the Northern Alliance, and had reached the limit of a large spirit vein. It was only 1 step away from being promoted to a giant spirit vein. Qianyuan City prohibited cultivators from flying in the city, not even core forging enlightened masters, unless you were Fa Xiang Laozu. Lu Ping casually paid the city entrance tax of 10 spirit stones, then picked a cultivator who looked smart from the tour guides at the city gate, tipped him a mid-grade spirit stone, and asked him to take him to various shops selling spirit herbs in Qianyuan City. In Lu Ping's mind, as one of the largest cities in the North Sea, there would definitely be an abundance of cultivation resources in the city. Naturally, there would be all kinds of treasures. However, at the beginning, Lu Ping was quite satisfied with the purchase of spirit herbs. But after just a few shops, Lu Ping felt that something was wrong. He stopped the Blood Refining Realm tour guide and asked, "Do you know why this shop only sells 500-year-old spirit herbs, but I've never seen a shop selling 1,000-year-old spirit herbs?" Looking at the ignorant tour guide in front of him, Lu Ping knew that this was not something a Blood Refining Realm cultivator like him should know. So, he waved his hand and sent the minor repairs cultivator away. Just then, Lu Ping suddenly felt as if he was being watched. When he turned his head, he saw two late blood condensation cultivators looking at him from afar. When Lu Ping turned his head, they seemed to have confirmed something and quickly walked towards him. "Sir, you have been continuously purchasing spirit herbs from the shop. Are you an alchemist? Our gang leader invites you to come with us." One of the cultivators who spoke had a calm expression as if he was talking about something very normal. It seemed like he had done this many times before. Today, the hall master heard that a cultivator had come to the area under his control to purchase 500-year-old spirit herbs. Moreover, the cultivator kept asking about 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and wanted to purchase them. The hall master was overjoyed when he heard that. He turned around and ordered the two cultivators to invite the alchemist over while he hurriedly went to inform the gang leader. From their point of view, Lu Ping was just a late blood condensation realm cultivator. With their Dark Mountain Gang's influence, if they were to invite a late blood condensation realm cultivator for a cup of tea, wouldn't Lu Ping welcome them with a smile? Lu Ping really didn't put these two cultivators in his eyes. Since when could an alchemist be ordered around by a few small fries? Lu Ping glanced coldly at the two cultivators and ignored them. He leisurely called the tour guide, Minor Repairs, to bring him to the Listening Sound hut to drink tea and listen to the zither. The two cultivators from the Dark Mountain Gang were used to being treated with respect in this area. As long as they mentioned the name of the Dark Mountain Gang, even a core forging enlightened master would have to give them some face. They had never been ignored like this before. The two cultivators' faces turned bright red. They took 2 quick steps forward and blocked in front of Lu Ping. "Sir, you really don't have any respect for the Dark Mountain Gang. We have come under the orders of the hall master to invite you. We have already given you enough face. Sir, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." When the cultivators on the street heard the two cultivators mentioning the name of the Dark Mountain Gang, they looked at Lu Ping with pity. They didn't know why a late blood condensation cultivator would go against a local gang like the Dark Mountain Gang. Lu Ping was annoyed that his path was blocked by the two men. He snorted coldly and the two men in front of him felt a buzzing sound in their heads. Both of them were taken aback by Lu Ping's response. When the two of them regained their senses, Lu Ping had already walked past them. His voice lingered in the air as he said, "Is this how your hall master asked you to invite an alchemist? The Dark Mountain Gang really doesn't have any respect for alchemists." When the cultivators on both sides of the street heard Lu Ping's words, their gazes immediately changed. This time, they looked at the two cultivators from the Dark Mountain Gang with pity. Although the Dark Mountain Gang was an underground power in the streets near Qianyuan City, and it was said that there were 3 core forging experts in the gang, it wasn't to the extent that they didn't have any respect for alchemists, right? Although the two cultivators from the Dark Mountain Gang didn't know the weight of Lu Ping's words, their instincts told them that something was wrong. Did they mess up the hall master's task? But there was no reason for the gang to give in to a late blood condensation cultivator. The Listening Hut was a wonderful place for low-level cultivators in Qianyuan City. The hut was actually a tea house, but the cultivator who ran the tea house had several cultivators who were proficient in music. They often played the zither and flute in the hut. These tunes had special effects on cultivators' temperament, solidifying their realm, calming their mind, and even healing injuries. Therefore, many blood condensation cultivators in Qianyuan City were willing to come here to drink tea and listen to the zither. This became a good place for low-level cultivators in Qianyuan City to relax while they cultivated. Occasionally, core forging enlightened masters who loved music would come here to drink tea and listen to the zither. This made the Listening Hut even more famous. Lu Ping casually sent the tour guide, Minor Repairs, away and walked into the tea house. Waves of ethereal zither music suddenly floated over and lingered in Lu Ping's ears. Although Lu Ping didn't know anything about music, the magic power in his body seemed to flow faster with the zither music. His divine sense also shook, as if his spirit, qi, and spirit were adjusted to the best state with the zither music. A boy came forward and asked, "May I ask if you are Senior Lu Jiu? There are 2 sisters who want to see you. Please follow me." Chapter 257. Lu Ping followed the boy to a quiet room on the 2nd floor. The quiet room was quite spacious, and the interior decoration was simple yet elegant. It could be seen that the cultivator who ran this small building was indeed an elegant person. There was a screen in the middle of the quiet room, and 2 beauties walked out from behind it. They were Li Xiuzhu and Chu Ting, whom Lu Ping had met on Sanjia Island. Lu Ping looked up at the 7 spirits embroidered with a peng, a dragon, a wan, a tortoise, a tiger, a cicada, and an ape. He chuckled and said, "It's been 2 years, and you 2 are even more elegant than before." Li Xiuzhu nodded to Lu Ping, and Chu Ting smiled and said, "Brother Lu is too kind." In the past 2 years, Brother Lu's cultivation has also become more profound. If I'm not wrong, Brother Lu is now preparing to form his gold core. Lu Ping often used the mirage gauze robe and the spirit concealment art to conceal his cultivation base in front of others. It often gave off an unfathomable feeling. Even during the battle with Hong Shikuei couldn't clearly see through Lu Ping's cultivation base with his core forging realm divine sense. But now, Chu Ting was able to see through Lu Ping's cultivation base. Lu Ping took a deep look at Chu Ting and said with a smile, "Miss Chu has a very sharp vision. It's just that I can't compare to you 2. I'm still not confident in forming my gold core. I'm ashamed." Chu Ting continued to smile and said, "Brother Lu is really modest. If even Brother Lu doesn't have much confidence in forming his gold core, then there really aren't many cultivators in the East Sea who can form their gold core." Lu Ping smiled without saying anything. After sitting down with the 2 girls, he picked up the upper-rank spiritual tea on the table and took a sip. He closed his eyes and carefully tasted it. He said, "Good tea, upper-rank spiritual tea, spiritual spring water bred in a large spiritual vein, teapot and teacup made of upper-rank spiritual material, golden ebony. The owner of this listening small building is really generous. If we want to drink top-rank spiritual tea, I wonder if this tea set should also be replaced with top-rank spiritual material." After Lu Ping finished speaking, he put down the teacup in his hand. However, he didn't look at Chu Ting. Instead, he looked at Li Xiuzhu, who was beside Chu Ting. When Li Xiuzhu saw Lu Ping asking her, she replied, "Of course." His tone was firm as if he was talking about his own family matters. "Oh." Lu Ping looked at Li Xiuzhu and smiled. Chu Ting lowered her head and picked up the golden ebony cup in front of her. She took a sip and said, "Brother Lu is quick-witted. There is no need to test the 2 of us. This listening small building is indeed our property." Li Xiuzhu naturally knew that he had fallen into Lu Ping's trap and couldn't help but glare at him. Lu Ping smiled nonchalantly. Chu Ting only said, "we," and not, "Li clan," which naturally meant that the Li clan was only a peripheral force of this mysterious force. Hence, he said, "Since Miss Chu has such a powerful backer, why would you need my help?" Chu Ting's expression turned cold as she looked at Lu Ping. Chu Ting pondered for a moment and seemed to have made a decision. She said, "Isn't Brother Lu planning to do something in the perished secret realm?" Lu Ping's eyelids twitched and he said, "Young Lady Chu is well informed. I wonder what other secrets young Lady Chu knows about this one." Chu Ting didn't mind Lu Ping's unfriendly tone at all. She continued, "One of the medium spirit stone veins on the nameless island hollowed out a third of the vein. I presume it was Brother Lu's doing as well." Lu Ping was still calm. Chu Ting said again, "Although Yi Buki was planted with the life and death spell by Brother Lu, he was once saved by our pavilion. He is also a peripheral member of our pavilion. In order to repay our kindness, he risked his life to tell me some things about Brother Lu. Of course, the matter of Brother Lu entering the spiritual mine on the nameless island is just my guess. I'm telling you frankly not because I think Yi Byuki has been abandoned, but because I sincerely hope that Brother Lu can give Yi Byuki and his brothers a chance to live. Brother Lu is smart enough to notice something from our next series of actions. Rather than being discovered by Brother Lu, Yi Byuki and his brothers will be killed and there will be grudges between our pavilion and them. It's better for me to tell you the truth now and ask for Brother Lu's mercy. Lu Ping caressed the teacup in his hand and suddenly said, "The Six Directions battle formation is indeed not an exquisite battle formation that independent cultivators like them can obtain." Chu Ting smiled and said, "Brother Lu, you can see the general trend from a small clue." "I admire you." Lu Ping sipped his tea and didn't say anything. Chu Ting knew that Lu Ping was weighing the pros and cons, so she didn't say anything. After a while, Lu Ping suddenly asked, "Is Immortal Jin Li also the work of your pavilion?" Chu Ting was also puzzled. "It's not our pavilion's doing. It's strange. Immortal Jin Li's origin is quite mysterious, as if he suddenly jumped out of a secret realm. There was no such person among the East Sea Demon tribe before. With a cultivation of the second layer of the core forging realm, he consecutively defeated several core forging realm experts and even escaped from the hands of a middle core forging realm master. In the end, he was seriously injured by Wang Hua and Kun Shan of the Crystal Palace, and his whereabouts are unknown. Several powers in the middle layer of the fallen mystery realm have been disturbed by this Taoist Master Yao. It is no wonder that Brother Lu suspects that this person is the handiwork of our pavilion. The last place that Taoist Master Jin Li was seen was on the nameless island where the mid-sized spirit mine was located. Soon after that, news of the Crystal Palace discovering a spirit mine spread. Our pavilion suspects that Immortal Jin Li is looking for a place to recuperate. I heard that the East Sea Demon tribe already knows about this and is investigating this Immortal Jin Li. Seeing that Chu Ting didn't seem to be lying, Lu Ping knew that Yi Byuki hadn't told Chu Ting everything. He smiled and said, "Although I don't know your background, as far as I know, you don't seem to have a good impression of the Crystal Palace. Aren't you afraid that I'll sell you out after I leave this small building? You should know that the Crystal Palace is a giant in the East Sea, or even the largest sect in the outer seas. It can compete with the major cultivation sects and holy lands of the Middle Earth as an equal. It is said that it has inherited the legacy of one of the seventh patriarch, Jiao Daoren." Chu Ting and Li Xiuzhu looked at each other and smiled. Then, another charming laugh came from behind the screen. "Of course it's because of me. Hong Shikue died in our hands. You don't seem to have a good impression of the Crystal Palace, so they are naturally relieved." Looking at the person who came out from behind the screen, Lu Ping smiled helplessly and said, "Maybe it's because of me. Hong Shikue died in our hands. You don't seem to have a good impression of the Crystal Palace, so they are naturally very relieved." Qi Lianying was overjoyed. She laughed and said, "Could it be a hero saving the beauty? I knew that you were interested in this old lady. Otherwise, why would you risk offending Water Crystal Palace to help this old lady kill that damned bastard? If you are interested in me, I will reluctantly give you a chance." Lu Ping couldn't stand Qi Lianying calling him old lady. She was clearly a mature and charming woman, but she still acted like an old man and had no qualms about talking to others. Chu Ting hurriedly introduced, "Big Sister Ying is a close friend of Xiu Zhu and I. The two of us didn't think that Brother Lu and Big Sister Ying would have such a chance encounter. That's why we decided to tell Brother Lu the truth at the last minute, hoping to further our cooperation." Lu Ping glanced at the screen again without anyone noticing and said, "I didn't expect Island Master Qi Lian to be a member of your pavilion. I guess the leak of the spiritual mine on the nameless island is also your pavilion's doing." Qi Lianying smiled proudly and said, "That idiot from the Wang family is usually so arrogant and domineering. Ever since he saw me when we were collecting offerings, he immediately gave me half of his soul. I used some tricks, and he obediently gave me such a great gift. It's just that the property that I've worked so hard to accumulate has been ruined by the Crystal Palace. Chu Ting could tell from Qi Lianying's tone that Qi Lianying was a very competitive person. Qi Lianying had always hoped that Chu Ting could build up her own business and prove her capability. Qi Lianying had been managing the 27 islands for 7 years without asking for help from Qi Lianying. Qi Lianying had finally taken over 5 islands and gathered nearly 100 blood condensation realm cultivators under her. But in order to help Chu Ting, Qi Lianying had abandoned all of this. Chu Ting felt guilty and said, "Sister Ing, go back to the pavilion with me. Sister Ing has mastered the secret technique and is only 1 step away from the Gold Core realm. Even if you go back to the pavilion, no one will dare to have any bad opinions about you. If that person comes again, I will be the first to deal with him." Qi Lianying giggled and said, "Don't worry. If I can earn this property once, I can earn it a second time. And it will be even bigger than the first time." Lu Ping coughed and said, "Let's talk about the Elixir Association first. Although I don't know much about the force behind Miss Chu, I can see the big picture from a narrow angle. Those who can plot against the Crystal Palace are naturally not a bunch of useless people. With the resources of the pavilion, it shouldn't be difficult for you to train a few alchemists like Miss Chu. Why do you insist that I represent the Li family?" As soon as Lu Ping and Chu Ting met, they had a battle of words. This time, they finally got to the main topic. Chu Ting smiled faintly and said, "Brother Lu, please know that the force I'm in is called the boudoir. Brother Lu, please don't laugh at me, there are indeed many female cultivators in our force. I hope you won't mention the boudoir in front of others, lest you harm yourself and others." Lu Ping chuckled. He was indeed a little surprised and nodded to show that he understood. Chu Ting continued, "Although there are 2 cultivators in the pavilion whose alchemy skills are not below my sister's, they either have important tasks or have advanced to the core forging realm like my sister and lost the qualification to participate in the Elixir Association. Moreover, the Li family is only a small force in the Northern Alliance. If there are alchemy masters appearing one after another, and all of them are female, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, I can only ask Brother Lu to help." Lu Ping frowned and said, "Is this Elixir Association very important?" Chu Ting considered her words and said, "This Elixir Association is related to the distribution of interests of the Li family in the Northern Alliance, so it is very important. This time, the Zhang family, the Wang family, and the Li family will get a share of the medium-sized spiritual mine on the unnamed island. How much each of the 3 families will get will depend on the performance of the alchemists of the 3 families in this Elixir Association." It seemed that the Li family, as a chess piece of the boudoir in the Northern Alliance, was obviously very important. The boudoir was to expand the Li family's right to speak in the Northern Alliance. Moreover, Chu Ting kept using the word Li family, which was obviously a hint. It seemed that the boudoir in the Li family had some arrangements. Chapter 258. Seeing that Lu Ping was silent, Chu Ting took out a jade slip from the storage bracelet on her wrist and said, "This is the secret skill of spirit sense transformation. The reason why I can refine elixirs that are half a step to the core forging realm is because of the power of this secret skill. This secret skill is also very useful for cultivators to break through to the core forging realm. Of course, even if Brother Lu doesn't want to participate in this elixir gathering, I will give it to you as a thank you for saving Sister Ing and killing Hong Shikue. Also, I am afraid that the alliance between the 3 families will change. I am also willing to help Brother Lu replace the Wang family's position." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Ting. Chu Ting smiled helplessly and said, "Brother Lu, please forgive me for not saying too much. My original plan was to support Sister Ing, but the matter of the spiritual mine on the Nameless Island happened. Now Sister Ing is wanted by the Crystal Palace, so I can only hope that Brother Lu can replace the Wang family's position. Of course, I also hope that Brother Lu can advance to the core forging realm as soon as possible after the elixir gathering, so that you can occupy the Wang family's position. Qi Lianying said angrily, well, you wicked girl, you even want to plot against your mother and sister. I was wondering why you tried so hard to get me to occupy the island and become the king. It turns out that this is your plan. Her words were still fierce, but there was a trace of emotion in them. Lu Ping played with the jade slip in his hand and said with a smile, in that case, let's go and meet the alchemy masters of the elixir gathering. After leaving the quiet room, Lu Ping happened to see Hong Ying and Wu Yan walking towards Lu Ping under the guidance of a young boy. Lu Ping was about to greet them, but he saw Hong Ying and Wu Yan were staring at something behind Lu Ping. Lu Ping turned around and saw Qi Lianying walking behind him. Lu Ping said with a smile, why are you following me? Qi Lianying giggled and said, marry me. You saved my life, but I can't repay you with anything, so I can only marry you. Is this a common story among mortals? Lu Ping helplessly slapped his head and said, I have a fiancé. Don't even think about it. Qi Lianying was overjoyed, 3 wives and 4 concubines, don't you like it? I am such a natural beauty, but it's a pity that I'm one step behind your fiancé. Let's just be a co-wife. When the time comes, you can marry a few more concubines, and I'll teach them all to be obedient. Lu Ping really couldn't understand the thoughts of this old lady. Beside him, Red Eagle and Wu Yan were simply dumbfounded. Qi Lianying was still happily thinking, tell me, what type do you like? Mature, charming, graceful, jealous, tolerant, virtuous, shrewd, cheerful, melancholic, understanding, or something else that I haven't thought of. As long as you want it, I can satisfy you. Lu Ping was shocked and quickly waved his hand, all right, there's no need for that, it's enough. Red Eagle and Wu Yan were now crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. In the quiet room, after Qi Lianying left with Lu Ping, another charming middle-aged lady came out from behind the screen. Chu Ting and Li Xiuzhu quickly stood up and said, Master. The middle-aged lady waved her hand and said, Ting, you've arranged everything well. All these years, I've almost handed over all my matters to you. You've improved very quickly. Chu Ting smiled and said, it's all because of Master's nurturing and trust. Now that Master's cultivation has reached the peak of the core forging stage, breaking through the Dharma stage and becoming the Dharma Laozu is the most important thing. As for other matters, as long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best. The middle-aged lady smiled and turned to Li Xiuzhu, Xiuzhu, you're an honest child. You're not good at the open and secret fights in the boudoir. I've always taken you in as a registered disciple because I'm afraid that once you become a core member of the pavilion, you'll be plotted against by others. Fortunately, you've always been diligent in your cultivation. Now that you've become a core forging enlightened master, I think some people won't plot against you anymore. Now, I'll take you in as my personal disciple, my 6th disciple. When Li Xiuzhu heard this, he was stunned. Chu Ting quickly reminded him. 2 streams of tears suddenly flowed down Li Xiuzhu's eyes. He hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged lady to acknowledge him as his master. The middle-aged lady helped Li Xiuzhu up from the ground and smiled. According to the rules of my sect, when a disciple acknowledges a master, they must personally prepare a gift. Master and my fellow apprentices must also prepare a gift for you. Today, we'll settle this matter. After the pill gathering is over, we'll proceed with the ceremony. At that time, we'll invite others to attend the ceremony. That Lu Jiu is not bad. Invite him to attend the ceremony. Seeing that the middle-aged lady had finished speaking, Chu Ting hesitantly asked, Master, about Sister Ying's matter, what do you think? The middle-aged lady's face revealed a complicated expression. She then said, if she wants to go, then let her go. In any case, no one knows her true identity. Chu Ting was still worried and said, Sister Ying's soul was searched and she lost her memories. Master, You once said that once Sister Ing enters the core forging stage and her divine sense turns into divine sense, she might recover some of her fragmented memories. At that time, if... The middle-aged lady murmured, if she recovers, then so be it. It's good that she recovers. Chu Ting and Li Xiuzhu bade farewell and left, leaving only the middle-aged lady standing in the quiet room. She murmured to herself, I can't compete with you, but I definitely won't lose to you. Dharma manifestation stage. Hee, that person is still an amazing talent. We can't compare to him, but this time, I'll at least surpass you. At this moment, Qi Lianying was like a fox that had stolen a fish. She complacently followed behind the gloomy Lu Ping. Hong Ying and Wu Yan looked at each other strangely. They both silently followed behind Qi Lianying. This time, following Lu Ping to Qianyuan City was definitely worth it. At least they discovered two secrets about this mysterious young master. The first was that the young master saved the beauty, and the beauty promised to marry him. The second was that the young master had a fiancé. Lu Ping did not deliberately hide these two things from Hong Ying and Wu Yan. A feeling of being a trusted subordinate arose spontaneously. What was a trusted subordinate? That was, under the master's trust, they knew many of the master's secrets and would resolutely keep them to themselves. At this moment, a cultivator in his 50s wearing a linen robe walked into the listening hut. When he saw Lu Ping, he smiled and said, Little brother, I'm the old man, the leader of the Black Mountain Gang, Qiao Jingyan. Can you invite little brother to the quiet room for a cup of tea? Lu Ping smiled and said, That's fine. I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. The zither in this hut is really good. I can drink and listen at the same time. Hong Ying and Wu Yan were shocked. The old man in front of them had an unfathomable cultivation base that was as vast as the sea. This was definitely not a cultivation base of an early core forging realm enlightened master. However, Lu Ping was talking and laughing with the old man instead of trembling in fear like they had imagined. This was simply unbelievable to them. Qi Lianying's face was indifferent. He continued to walk behind Lu Ping. Wu Yan and Hong Ying looked at each other and hid the shock in their eyes. They pulled themselves together and followed Lu Ping to a quiet room. Chapter 259. After entering the quiet room, the two of them sat down. Qi Lianying found a seat for herself, while Hong Ying and Wu Yan were quite self-conscious and stood below without moving. The leader of the Dark Mountain sect, Qiao Jingyan, ordered 5 cups of high-grade spiritual tea. The two of them did not speak, but each of them held the golden ebony cup in their hands and slowly tasted the tea. Hong Ying and Wu Yan were not used to this strange atmosphere and were a little restless. Qi Lianying, on the other hand, was still a rough person who was very different from her graceful image. She sat on the other tea table and began to doze off. Qiao Jingyan saw that Lu Ping was neither servile nor overbearing and was very calm. He could not help but think more highly of Lu Ping. If he was not a disciple of a big sect or a disciple of a famous master, he would not be able to cultivate such a temperament and pride. Having made up his mind, Qiao Jingyan put down the teacup in his hand and said with a smile, Hall leader, you knew that you were buying a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb and was in a hurry to tell the old man about it. However, he neglected to instruct his subordinates, which is why he was so rude in front of you. I hope that you will not blame him. Since the Dark Mountain Gang's clan master had come personally, it meant that he had given Lu Ping enough face. Lu Ping naturally took the opportunity to back down and said, It's just a misunderstanding. It's not worth mentioning. Qiao Jingyan saw that Lu Ping was not a person who would offend others, so he said again, Forgive me for being presumptuous, old man. I heard that you were buying 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs from the shops on the nearby streets. May I ask if your alchemy skills have reached the level of a quasi-master? Lu Ping did not answer Qiao Jingyan's question. Instead, he asked curiously, This is also what I find strange. This Qianyuan city is one of the big cities in the East Sea. There are many cultivators here. Now is the time when the Northern Alliance's celebration and the elixir gathering is about to begin. It is the time when a large amount of cultivation resources are gathered. How come I have not even seen 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? Qiao Zhengyan knew that Lu Ping wanted to exchange information. Right now, Qiao Zhengyan had a favor to ask, so he explained, I'm afraid that the old man's understanding of the cultivation world's demand for elixirs is not as deep as yours. Other than the rarity of alchemists, the scarcity of spiritual herbs is mainly due to the scarcity of spiritual herbs. Needless to say, old man, even in a big city like Qianyuan City, which can gather goods from all over the world, spiritual herbs will always be in short supply. Some big shops can barely sell 500-year-old spiritual herbs because they have their own spiritual herb gardens to support them. However, in Qianyuan City, without the recommendation of a close friend, spiritual herbs will not be sold openly. Lu Ping understood immediately. Most cultivators who could use 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were high-level cultivators above the core forging stage. Or, they were like Lu Ping who had become a grandmaster alchemist at the blood condensation stage. Their status in the cultivation world was no less than that of a core forging stage cultivator. These kinds of cultivators naturally had their own privileges. Moreover, these kinds of private transactions were often a way to get on good terms with high-level cultivators. Qiao Zhengyan hesitated for a moment, but still asked, what kind of elixir do you want to refine with 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs? Although my Dark Mountain Gang is not an influential force in Qianyuan City, with hundreds of years of business, we still have some influence in Qianyuan City. Old man, can you recommend a few shops? I believe that with the old man's recommendation, you will be able to buy some 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. However, how much you can buy is not something that the old man can help you with. Lu Ping's expression changed, and he solemnly said, if that's the case, I will shamelessly ask Senior to introduce me. However, I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. I wonder if there is anything Senior can do for me. Qiao Zhengyan's expression became happy, but he was also a little hesitant, as if he was a little worried. However, he still handed a jade slip to Lu Ping. Lu Ping looked at the jade slip, and said, inheritance jade slip. Qiao Zhengyan said seriously, that's right. I won't hide it from you. A few years ago, my son cultivated excessively in order to reach the core forging stage. In his eagerness for success, he suffered qigong deviation and damaged his blood vessels. This caused his cultivation to not only be unable to progress further, but it also slowly showed signs of dissipating. The old man was burning with anxiety, and he went around to seek medical treatment, but all the alchemists said that my son's injuries could not be healed. The old man was originally disheartened, but by chance, he obtained this prescription. It was said that this elixir could cure a cultivator's blood vessels caused by qigong deviation. The old man was overjoyed, and he invited the alchemists in Qianyuan City to refine this elixir. However, when these alchemists saw the prescription, they either said that they couldn't refine it, or said that this kind of elixir was simply full of mistakes and nonsense. However, the old man didn't give up, and still generously invited 2 alchemists he was on good terms with to refine this elixir. Even if this elixir turned out to be poison, he didn't care. The 2 alchemists were forced by the old man to give it a try, but they both failed. My son's heart was also like dead ashes. The old man really didn't want to see my son so depressed, and all these years, he never gave up looking for alchemists, hoping that they could refine this elixir. Lu Ping was about to reach out and pick up the jade slip on the table, but when he heard this, he withdrew his hand, thought for a moment, and said, I don't know if there are any great alchemists among the alchemists Senior invited. Qiao Zhengyan knew that Lu Ping had guessed something, so he didn't intend to hide it. Instead, he sighed, and said, indeed, I once invited 2 great masters to look at the elixir recipe, and even invited one of them to refine it. The 2 of them didn't say that it couldn't be refined, but only said that the refining requirements were extremely difficult. In the alchemy world, it's almost impossible for alchemists to meet such harsh requirements. Lu Ping looked at Qiao Zhengyan with a smile that wasn't a smile, and said, "Then how is Senior so sure that I can refine this elixir that even the two great masters can't successfully refine?" Qiao Zhengyan shook his head, and said with a bitter smile, "Now, the old man can only treat a dead horse as if it's alive." Once he knew that an alchemist had appeared in Heaven Essence City, he thought of every possible way to go and plead with them, but they either said that the elixir recipe was nonsense, or that they were unable to refine it. "Little brother, feel free to take the jade slip and take a look." Regardless of whether little brother is able to refine it or not, the old man will introduce a few shopkeepers to little brother. According to the old man's knowledge, these shopkeepers all have quite a number of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. Lu Ping smiled, and no longer hesitated. He took the jade slip in his hand, and used his divine sense to carefully examine the contents inside. After a long time, Lu Ping withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip, a strange expression on his face. Although Qiao Zhengyan didn't have much hope in this, he still had a sliver of hope in his heart. Seeing that Lu Ping was muttering to himself, he couldn't help but look a little hopeful. Spiritual Water Meridian Nourishing Pill, huh? This is interesting. No wonder so many alchemists scoffed at this elixir recipe. Seeing the slight eagerness on Qiao Zhengyan's face, Lu Ping knew that no matter how high Qiao Zhengyan's cultivation was, how old he was, or how much self-restraint he had, in the end, he was still a father. On this point, even though he was the all-powerful sect leader, there was nothing he could do. "Perhaps I can give it a try," Lu Ping said with a chuckle. Chapter 260. After leaving the quiet room, Lu Ping chatted happily with Qiao Zhengyan before he left. Lu Ping knew that Qiao Zhengyan was doing this on purpose for people with ulterior motives. Lu Ping's words to the two Dark Mountain Gang disciples on the street forced the gang leader to personally apologize and explain the misunderstanding. Now that Lu Ping owed Qiao Zhengyan a lot, he naturally had to help the Dark Mountain Gang clear the crime of looking down on alchemists. Back in the quiet room, Hong Ying and Wu Yan were already full of admiration for Lu Ping. Qi Lianying stretched lazily and cursed, "An old fox and a little fox." Lu Ping pretended not to hear it. Qi Lianying might look like a carefree person, but he was a boss who had managed to gather nearly 100 blood condensation cultivators for several years. Naturally, he had seen and used many tricks. Hong Ying asked, "Young master, what are our plans for the next period of time?" Lu Ping thought for a while and said, "Let's find a place to stay first. We will need to stay for a long time. At the same time, I still have a few secret techniques to cultivate. After that, I will represent the Li family to participate in the Northern Alliance's elixir gathering." Hong Ying and Wu Yan could not understand how this young master could be so omnipotent. Not only did he chat casually with the leader of the Dark Mountain Gang, Enlightened Master, he could even represent the Li family in the Northern Alliance's elixir gathering. To the two of them, whether it was the Li family or the Overturned Seas Gang, they were both giants that surpassed their imaginations. The Northern Alliance was established to unite the East Sea's rogue cultivators and use them as a tool to express their benefits. Therefore, Qianyuan City had a special cultivation cave for rent. This was also a method used by the Northern Alliance to attract cultivators. The caves here are divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The concentration of spiritual energy in the heaven grade cave is equivalent to a large spiritual vein. The earth grade cave is equivalent to a medium spiritual vein. The black grade cave is equivalent to a small spiritual vein. The yellow grade cave is equivalent to a small spiritual vein. The Red Eagle reported the information he had inquired about to Lu Ping, then said after some deliberation, "If the 4 of us rent a cave, we just need to choose a yellow-ranked cave with relatively abundant spiritual energy. After all, we won't be staying here for long, so we won't need to spend too many spirit stones." "How much is it?" Lu Ping asked directly. "The yellow-ranked cave only costs 300 spirit stones a month." Lu Ping of the Red Eagle was only asking about the yellow-ranked cave and quickly replied, "Anything else?" As for the others, "Oh, a profound rank immortal's cave is 2,000 spirit stones a month. Hong Ying knew that his young master was actually a very wealthy person. He was indeed extravagant. The density of spiritual energy in a small spirit vein was enough for a core forging enlightened master's family to pass down their inheritance. What about higher up? Lu Ping asked casually as he walked. Earth-ranked cave. One moonlight spirit stone is 30,000, TSK. It really is expensive. It is said that there are a total of 24 earth-ranked cave dwellings in Qianyuan City. The density of the spiritual energy there is second only to the 8 heaven-ranked cave dwellings at the main peak of Qianyuan Mountain. It is said that the 8 main peaks are prepared for the Transcendence Laozu when they come to Qianyuan City as guests. Hong Ying's face was full of yearning. It seemed that the young master was also very envious of these cave dwellings. Oh, then how much are the 8 heaven-ranked cave dwellings worth? They are usually not rented out, but used as a place for the Northern Alliance to receive guests. It is specifically used to receive the Transcendence Laozu who comes to the Northern Alliance as a guest. Not only do they not charge spirit stones, but they also do their best to rope them in. Hong Ying was obviously proud of himself for being able to obtain such detailed information in such a short period of time. What a pity, then let's rent an earth-ranked cave dwelling. Lu Ping was not lacking in spirit stones at the moment. Okay, I'll do it now. Hong Ying turned around and was about to walk away, but halfway through his steps, he abruptly stopped. The young master wants to rent an earth-ranked cave dwelling? Hong Ying turned around in disbelief and said, that's 30,000 spirit stones, that's 360,000 spirit stones a year. Oh, that's right. You don't have that many spirit stones on you. Here are 400,000 spirit stones. Use them to book the cave dwelling's lease for a year. Lu Ping's face was still indifferent as he casually took out an interspatial pouch and handed it to Hong Ying. Hong Ying looked at the storage bag in his hand in a daze. There were indeed 400,000 spirit stones neatly stacked inside. Only when Wu Yan reminded him did he react and hurriedly took the storage bag and walked towards the cave dwellings in Qianyuan City. With the Dark Mountain Gang's recommendation, Lu Ping bought a few thousand-year spirit herbs from a few shops. There was indeed an abundance of thousand-year spirit herbs here. After the Dark Mountain Gang's cultivators hinted that Lu Ping was an alchemist, any random shop could take out 10 or even dozens of thousand-year spirit herbs. Outside of Qianyuan Island, in the market squares of other small and medium-sized islands, if there were a few thousand-year-old spirit grasses in the shops, they would be used as the treasures of the shops. The shopkeepers wished that they could use these spirit grasses to eat for 3 years if they didn't open for business for 3 years. When Lu Ping saw the shopkeepers easily take out the 1,000-year spirit herbs for him to choose from, he naturally knew that the shopkeepers still had some in stock. However, in order to maintain a steady flow of spirit herbs, especially since the pill gathering was imminent and there would be a large number of alchemists coming to Qianyuan City, they would definitely not give away all of their spirit herbs. Lu Ping had just made a fortune and did not lack spirit stones. He even took the time to refine a lot of blood condensation realm pills. With these 2 items and Lu Ping's extravagance, the shopkeepers were happy to trade with Lu Ping. Lu Ping did not hold back. As long as it was a 1,000-year spirit herb, he would take it all, regardless of whether it was useful to him or not. After visiting a few shops, Lu Ping had collected nearly 300,000-year spirit herbs, among which there were quite a few rare treasures. Lu Ping calculated in his heart. The spirit herbs he had were barely enough for him to refine a few batches of pills. For the time being, he planned to take advantage of the time before the pill gathering to practice the spirit sense transformation technique that Chu Ting had given him. When Lu Ping's divine sense reached the peak state of the splitting mystic art, his divine sense was once too large. When Lu Ping shrunk his divine sense to the limit, his divine sense showed signs of turning into thoughts. However, this was only a phenomenon. Lu Ping hadn't reached the core forging realm yet, so he couldn't use this method. He could only sigh helplessly. Now that he had the spirit sense transformation secret technique, things were different. Not only could Lu Ping completely turn his spirit sense into spirit sense before he advanced to the core forging realm, he could also use it skillfully. Under the stimulation of the 400,000 spirit stones in his hands, Hong Ying's efficiency increased by several times. After Lu Ping visited a few shops that sold spirit herbs in the jurisdiction of the Black Mountain Gang, Hong Ying had already settled the matter of the cave abode. First of all, the earth cave abode was spacious enough. It had all the necessary facilities for cultivation. The cave abode had its own spirit garden, and the spirit herbs and spirit trees inside were also lush. After Lu Ping arrived at the cave abode, he went straight into the cultivation room, leaving Hong Ying and Wu Yan to admire the layout of the cave abode, which had a medium spirit vein density. Even Qi Lianying, who was next to them, could not help but take a few more glances at the layout of the cave abode. By the time the three of them had restrained their curiosity about the earth cave abode and realized that they should take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate, Lu Ping had already started making all the necessary preparations in the cultivation room. To others, the spirit sense transformation technique might require a lot of time and effort to cultivate, but to Lu Ping, it was quite easy. This was because Lu Ping's spirit sense was already strong enough. After shrinking his spirit sense, he had already reached the threshold of spirit sense. If it were other cultivators, they would have to spend a lot of effort to cultivate the consciousness-gathering technique, which required the cultivator to repeatedly compress his spirit until it reached the standard of cultivating the secret technique. This was not only a long and painful process, but to Lu Ping, this process was completely meaningless. Lu Ping easily transformed his spirit sense into spirit sense and spread out his spirit sense. Within a radius of nearly 2 miles, Lu Ping's spirit sense could sense everything within it. Hong Ying and Wu Yan, who were looking for a place to cultivate in the cave abode, suddenly stiffened as a core forging sage's aura rushed out from the inside of the cave abode. Qi Lianying looked in the direction of Lu Ping's cultivation room with curiosity in her eyes. She naturally knew what secret technique Lu Ping was cultivating, but she did not expect Lu Ping to reach the final stage of the secret technique in such a short time. He could directly control the new spirit sense and familiarize himself with it. Qi Lianying thought for a moment, then shifted her attention from Lu Ping to the storage bracelet in her hand. This storage bracelet was a mid-grade storage artifact. Although it was not as good as the high-grade storage ring on Lu Ping's hand, it was commonly used by some blood condensation realm cultivators and core forging sages. When Lu Ping and Qi Lianying joined forces to kill Hong Shikue, Qi Lianying was seriously injured and could not walk. Naturally, this storage bracelet fell into Lu Ping's hands. Lu Ping's mind was completely focused on the pair of jade bracelets. After taking away more than a dozen thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 high-grade spirit stones from the storage bracelet, he found 2 jade slips. He was even more excited than when he found the spiritual herbs and spirit stones. As for the rest of the items, Lu Ping was kind enough to give them to Qi Lianying after Qi Lianying's injuries were stabilized. Qi Lianying naturally would not be embarrassed about such a good thing. She reached out to take the storage bracelet and even gave it to Qi Lianying with an expression that said, "At least you know what's good for you." As the Northern Alliance's celebration approached, there were more and more cultivators in Qianyuan City. There were all kinds of cultivators mixed together, and there were even demonic cultivators in the city. This caused the situation in Qianyuan City to become more and more tense. There were constantly news of conflicts between cultivators in the city. The Northern Alliance made a prompt decision and sent out 36 patrol teams. Laozu was in charge of the overall coordination, and 72 core forging sages led the teams to maintain order in Qianyuan City. Qianyuan City quickly returned to its previous order, and at the same time, it showed the cultivators who came to Qianyuan City the great power of the Northern Alliance. At this time, Lu Ping was still calm. In his cultivation room, there were all kinds of 1,000-year-old and 500-year-old spiritual herbs. Lu Ping had just mastered the new transformation of his spirit sense, so he naturally wanted to try it out. Chapter 261. Lu Ping concocted a few types of late blood condensation pills. His control of the pill furnace and the blue spiritual fire had reached new heights. His final success rate hovered between 80 and 90%. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, the success rate of an ordinary master alchemist concocting a late blood condensation pill was about the same. Lu Ping concocted another 2 batches of face-halting pills. These were the easiest half-step core forging pills to concoct. Lu Ping was already very familiar with them. His 70% success rate boosted Lu Ping's confidence. Next, Lu Ping concocted a batch of heart-dissolving pills. Lu Ping's 3 green sea snakes had successfully advanced to the late blood condensation realm after consuming the barrier-breaking pills that Lu Ping concocted using perfected Jean Li's blood essence on Soundwave Island. Based on the green sea snake's current cultivation speed, Lu Ping estimated that it would take at most a year for Samling to advance to the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. After consuming the heart-dissolving pills, Lu Ping believed that with Samling's strength, they would be able to fight against core-forging enlightened masters like Hong Shikue. The green sea snakes that had reached the late blood condensation realm had become an important combat force for Lu Ping. After the spiritual ore vein was discovered on the Nameless Island, a large number of cultivators swarmed into the fallen mystic land, causing a huge impact on the 3 islands under Lu Ping's control. Lu Ping sent out his 4 strongest spiritual pets. After consuming the heart-dissolving pill, the 9th layer Blue Phoenix easily killed 2 peak blood condensation rogue cultivator leaders. Samling, who had just advanced to the late blood condensation realm, also displayed his terrifying combat strength. Each of the 3 spiritual snakes successfully killed a peak blood condensation cultivator leader. This caused the rogue cultivators, who had been eyeing the islands under Lu Ping's control, to fall silent. The blood-dissolving pill was much more difficult to concoct than the face-retaining pill, but Lu Ping still managed to concoct 5 of them. This made Lu Ping feel that his alchemy skills had improved significantly. Although the heart-dissolving pill only required 18 types of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, all of them were extremely rare and precious. They were used as the main ingredients when concocting core forging realm pills. This was also why, in the cultivation world, the heart-dissolving pill was much more difficult to concoct than other pills that could help one break through to the core forging realm. However, the value of the heart-dissolving pill was not inferior to those pills. Now, the only thing that limited Lu Ping's alchemy skills was the middle-grade alchemy furnace in front of him and Lu Ping's cultivation that had not yet advanced to the core forging realm. This middle-grade alchemy furnace was inherited from Lu Ping's alchemy inheritance. With the improvement of Lu Ping's alchemy skills, the middle-grade alchemy furnace had begun to be unable to fully display the strength of Lu Ping's alchemy skills. Lu Ping had also thought of changing to a high-grade alchemy furnace until he could completely control the Na Chuan cauldron. However, how could it be so easy to obtain an alchemy furnace? A high-grade alchemy furnace was as precious as a top-notch magic weapon. In the hands of any alchemist or force, it was a hidden treasure. Even if an ordinary cultivator obtained it, they would not easily take it out to show it to others. The difficulty of refining the enchanting thought pill was not lower than the 7-step mark pill. It required a total of 26 kinds of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. All of them were treasures that were comparable to the pills of the core forging realm. It was of great help to a cultivator in breaking through to the core forging realm. There were 2 main aspects of the divine sense transformation secret technique. One was to transform the divine sense into divine sense, the other was to teach the blood condensation realm cultivator how to control this kind of divine sense. With his divine sense, Lu Ping could control the azure spirit fire with less arcane energy. His control over the azure spirit fire was more flexible and precise, and his control over the medicinal properties of the spirit herbs in the cauldron was also more precise. In addition to his self-created purification technique, his increasingly proficient alchemy techniques, and the addition of royal jelly, Lu Ping successfully condensed 4 enchanting thought pellets. The enchanting thought pill was a type of pill used to comprehend the core forging realm in advance. It was not like the 7-step mark pill, which was used to break through the bottleneck of the core forging realm. Lu Ping pondered for a moment. There were still 7 days left until the core forging realm gathering, which was more than enough time for him to consume the enchanting thought pellet and comprehend the core forging realm. Hence, he called Hong Ying and Wu Yan over and gave them the 2 interspatial pouches. Outside the cultivation room, Qi Lianying saw Hong Ying and Wu Yan coming out of Lu Ping's cultivation room, and he excitedly walked out of the cave dwelling. Qi Lianying's eyes rolled a few times as he looked at the 2, and a smirk appeared on his face. He then stood up and walked out of the cave dwelling to chase after them. At this time, Lu Ping had already entered a deep state of meditation because of the enchanting thought pill. Because of the enchanting thought pill, Lu Ping's realm had been forcibly raised to the early stage of the core forging realm. A golden core was formed from nothing. It was formed from the 9 condensed blood beads. At the same time, an external force seemed to make up for a major flaw in Lu Ping's bloodline. At the same time, it became the catalyst for the 9 condensed blood beads to form a golden core. A golden core, like a bright moon, shone brightly in Lu Ping's core space. 12 pearls that emitted 5-colored light were like the brightest satellites in the sky, protecting the golden core in the center. In the state of meditation, Lu Ping, who had formed a golden core, had a feeling that his words were the law. Lu Ping stretched out a finger and the golden scale sword appeared in the air. The 6 sword techniques of the North Sea Wave listening technique were practiced by Lu Ping one by one. Then, a faintly discernible flying sword appeared beside the golden scale sword. As the golden scale sword danced, the invisible sword technique of the tranquil water sword was displayed. Along with the dancing of the golden scale sword, it appeared and disappeared unpredictably, giving off a fierce but unpredictable feeling. Lu Ping had never thought that the combination of the golden scale sword and the tranquil water sword could display such power. The golden scale sword was extremely powerful and was used as the main attack, while the tranquil water sword was unorthodox and was used as a sneak attack. With such a combination, the power of the 2 swords was more than doubled. Lu Ping once again used the sword technique of essential essence. The sword qi that filled the sky gathered to form a divine sword. It was as if this divine sword was the only one that could move unhindered in the world, and no one could match it. Lu Ping's sword momentum changed, and the sword qi of essential essence suddenly collapsed in the sky. The sword qi that filled the sky suddenly collapsed in the sky, and the whole world seemed to be ushering in doomsday because of this collapsing sword qi. At this time, Lu Ping suddenly used a set of unfamiliar swordsmanship. This set of swordsmanship was wide and open. Every stab of the sword had a kind of momentum that could swallow the world, and also a kind of all-encompassing concept. It was as if the sky could contain the stars, and the sea could contain all rivers. At this moment, the rampaging sword qi in the sky was like a wanderer who heard the call of his mother, and also like the rivers flowing east to the sea. At this moment, this set of swordsmanship had become the source of this world. 100 rivers into the sea sword technique. This was the most profound and difficult set of swordsmanship among the 12 techniques of listening to the waves. At this moment, Lu Ping finally revealed some clues. At the same time, it also told Lu Ping that this was a set of swordsmanship magical power that was far above sword intent. When Lu Ping was unable to reach the unity of sword and practice, realm of sword intent, there was nothing he could do about this set of swordsmanship magical power. Lu Ping's heart stirred, and he thought of another set of swordsmanship. Chapter 262. The enchanting thought pill allowed Lu Ping to thoroughly feel the magic power that a core forging Taoist master should have. Everything that Lu Ping felt in his divine sense seemed to point out the direction for Lu Ping to reach the gold core realm in the future, eliminating the confusion in Lu Ping's cultivation. After feeling the monstrous magic power of the sword art of all rivers flowing into the sea, Lu Ping suddenly thought of another set of techniques that he had yet to master. He blew out a mouthful of genuine qi, and the golden scale sword and the netherwater sword that were flying in the sky suddenly disappeared. Then, Lu Ping raised his hands, and the thousands of sword qi that were gathered by the sword art of all rivers flowing into the sea suddenly glued together. In a moment, it turned into a sword lake with undulating waves. Lu Ping's will moved, and the sword lake surged with thousands of layers of waves. The layers of waves washed towards the shore of the lake, and in an instant, the size of the sword lake doubled. Lu Ping pressed his hands together, and a dull rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. A small island slowly broke out of the water, and gradually formed a small island in the middle of the sword lake. The entire terrain changed with the formation of the island. Lu Ping used all his strength, and the sword lake suddenly turned into a boundless blue ocean. The tides rose and fell, and the waves rolled. The islands in the ocean rose and fell, and the land moved and shrank at the junction with the ocean. It was like a microcosm of millions of years. The art of changing seas and mulberry fields. This was a true magic power that could overturn rivers and seas. Indeed, this was another magic power. Lu Ping became excited. In his divine sense, the 12 gentian beads that had become magic treasures turned into 12 five-colored rays of light, forming the gentian formation in the sky. The whole formation seemed so small in the sky above the boundless ocean. However, when the 12 gentian beads fell down, the boundless ocean suddenly became quiet, as if it had frozen. It was as calm as a boundless mirror. The 12 five-colored rays of light then turned and formed a deep whirlpool in the ocean formed by the sword qi. Boundless seawater poured into the whirlpool, but it was never able to fill this bottomless abyss. The islands in the ocean, big and small, all collapsed at this moment. When the 12 beads stopped moving in the sky, the entire world seemed to return to its original state. All of the great changes caused by Lu Ping's evolution completely disappeared. At this moment, an inexplicable suction suddenly appeared, and Lu Ping suddenly felt dizzy. Lu Ping, who was in the cultivation room, suddenly opened his eyes filled with confusion. In a moment, Lu Ping's eyes gradually became clear. Only then did he realize that everything that had just happened was just a dream. However, everything that had evolved in his divine sense was still vivid in his mind, leaving a deep impression. Every time he recalled it, he would suddenly feel enlightened, greatly increasing Lu Ping's confidence in reaching Jindan. Lu Ping, who was sitting there quietly, suddenly stretched out his left hand, and a faintly discernible flying sword appeared in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping opened his left hand and waved it. The nether water sword was like a fan that had been opened. 1,296 rays of sword light were densely arranged together, forming a huge fan with 324 rays of spiritual sword light as its ribs. The enchanting thought pill was indeed extraordinary. The enchanting thought pill was indeed extraordinary. When Lu Ping looked down, he found that the 3 remaining enchanting thought pills in his hand had already disappeared. Lu Ping felt strange. He counted with his fingers and found that 12 days had passed. One enchanting thought pill could simulate the scene of a cultivator reaching the core forging stage in his divine sense for about 3 days. For enchanting thought pills would last for 12 days. Lu Ping had unknowingly consumed the remaining 3 enchanting thought pills in order to maintain the simulation time in his divine sense. Lu Ping circulated the magic power in his body and immediately felt that the magic power in his body had become much thicker and purer. He sent his divine sense into the space in his heart and discovered that the 9 large condensed blood beads in Lu Ping's heart had spontaneously formed a circle. The 12 gentian pearls formed an even larger circle around the 9 condensed blood beads, surrounding the 9 condensed blood beads. At the same time, the 9 condensed blood beads slowly rotated, gathering the spiritual power around Lu Ping's body. Through the circulation of the spiritual power in his body, it would be refined by the gentian pearls before being absorbed by the 9 condensed blood beads. The formation of the 9 pearls indicated that the golden core was about to form. Once Lu Ping decided to form his golden core, the 9 condensed blood pearls would continuously gather his bloodline and arcane energy in the center. Then, when the golden core was formed, the 9 condensed blood pearls would disappear. Half a step into core forging. Lu Ping was only one step away from forming his gold core. When Lu Ping came out of seclusion, he saw Wu Yan pacing in front of Lu Ping's cultivation room like an ant on a hot pan. Seeing Lu Ping come out, Wu Yan felt as if she had been pardoned. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Young master, the Northern Alliance's pill-gathering ceremony has already begun. Tomorrow will be the day when the alchemists of the various forces in the Northern Alliance will compete. The Li family has already sent people to urge you, but Hong Ying has always used the excuse that young master is in closed-door cultivation as an excuse. Today, 2 core forging enlightened masters came to visit you, and they seem to have something to say about young master's closed-door cultivation. If it wasn't for that woman, I'm afraid Hong Ying wouldn't have been able to resist the 2 of them." When Lu Ping heard this, he naturally knew who they were. He also knew that it was Qi Lianying who had stopped the 2 people. However, these 2 people had actually tried to break through while he was in closed-door cultivation. Lu Ping's face suddenly became gloomy. The longer the medicinal effect of the enchanting thought pill lasted, the more profound one's understanding of the core forging realm would be. Moreover, the deeper one's understanding of the core forging realm was, the deeper one's understanding of one's hidden abilities would be. When the 2 people had tried to break through the enchanting thought pill, it was a critical moment for Lu Ping to comprehend the Genshin array. If he was disturbed by these 2 people, after Lu Ping had formed his gold core, he didn't know how long it would take for him to comprehend the essence of the enchanting thought pill. In the cultivation world, the biggest grudge was often not a life and death battle, but a life and death battle, but a life and death battle, a life and death battle, but a life and death battle, 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 a life and death battle. If in the future, when Lu Ping advanced to the core forging realm, he would miss the opportunity to reach the gold core realm because of the disturbance today. If that happened, then Lu Ping would really have an irreconcilable enmity with Chu Ting and Li Shuzhu. Along the way, Lu Ping's killing intent overflowed. He walked towards the reception room in the cave mansion. Wu Yan carefully followed behind him. She was stimulated by the cold aura exuding from Lu Ping's body, causing her body to tremble. From afar, they could hear soft whispers in the reception room. The 3 women had already become a drama. However, after the sound of Lu Ping's footsteps, the reception room suddenly became silent. At this moment, Lu Ping's murderous aura soared into the sky, and there was even a faint trace of killing intent. The 4 people in the reception room could naturally feel it, and Lu Ping was the only one in the cave dwelling who could emit such an aura. Everyone in the reception room clearly realized something. Chapter 263. Every step Lu Ping took seemed to be stepping on the nodes of everyone's heartbeats, causing their hearts to involuntarily beat along with Lu Ping's footsteps. Lu Ping's aura rose with every step he took. A towering killing intent filled the room as Lu Ping entered. Lu Ping's gaze swept across the room, his sharp gaze like 2 sharp blades that wanted to pierce through everyone's hearts. Hong Ying's face paled and he involuntarily took a step back. Chu Ting and Li Shuzhu's expressions turned solemn. Even Qi Lianying couldn't help but sit up straight and stare at Lu Ping. "Did the 2 of you just say you wanted to challenge the trials?" Lu Ping's voice was as calm and heavy as ever, without the slightest killing intent. Just as Li Shuzhu was about to speak, Chu Ting suddenly thought of something and her expression changed. She pulled Li Shuzhu back and said, "Brother Lu, the pill gathering has already started for 5 days. Tomorrow is the day when all the clans will compete in alchemy. However, Brother Lu is still in seclusion. Have you forgotten what you said? I only promised your Li clan to participate in the alchemy competition. Have you missed the right time?" Lu Ping knew that Chu Ting wanted to gain a foothold in the Dao gathering and destroy his own aura, but he didn't give her the chance to do so. He directly said, "Challenging the trials is like trying to stop someone from achieving the Dao. The 2 of you are deliberately trying to ruin my cultivation." Chu Ting snorted coldly and laughed, Brother Lu thinks too highly of yourself. If it is because you are afraid, there is no need for you to participate in this pill gathering. You can just mention it directly. The Li clan is not a rude and unreasonable clan. Why must Brother Lu put on such a denouncing attitude? Don't tell me that we are afraid of Brother Lu. Chu Ting and Li Xiuzhu naturally knew what it meant to be a cultivator in closed-door cultivation. But Chu Ting still insisted on doing it. Other than the imminent alchemy gathering, the two of them still believed that Lu Ping was only a blood condensation realm cultivator. With their current core forging realm cultivation base and Chu Ting's expertise as an alchemy grandmaster, even if Lu Ping were to suffer from cultivation deviation due to the disturbance, the two of them would be able to save him unscathed. As soon as Chu Ting's voice fell, a powerful pressure pressed down on Chu Ting. Although Lu Ping had not reached the core forging realm, the strength of his divine sense was not any weaker than that of a second-stage core forging realm enlightened master. Chu Ting was also an alchemist, so her divine sense cultivation was naturally not weak. In addition, she had already reached the core forging realm, so her divine sense cultivation was comparable to that of a second-stage core forging realm enlightened master. When Lu Ping's divine sense pressure pressed down on her, she sneered in her heart. She secretly thought that Lu Ping was stupid. He had only cultivated this divine sense transformation technique for a few days, yet he dared to use it against her, who had also cultivated this technique and had already reached the gold core realm. However, Chu Ting's mocking expression immediately turned into one of shock. How was this possible? The pressure from Lu Ping's divine sense was not inferior to hers. While she was stunned, Lu Ping launched a preemptive strike and firmly suppressed Chu Ting's divine sense. After all, Chu Ting's cultivation was higher than Lu Ping's. Although her divine sense was suppressed by Lu Ping, she could still hold on. Lu Ping was also helpless in this situation. He did not know that at this time, Chu Ting's heart was already in turmoil. She had only taught him the divine sense transformation technique for a few days, but this person had not only completely transformed his divine sense into divine sense, but also had a degree of familiarity with the control and grasp of divine sense that was not inferior to her, who had already reached the gold core realm. Back then, Chu Ting herself had spent nearly half a year cultivating this divine sense transformation technique, and during that period, she had to slow down her cultivation speed several times because of the inhuman pain caused by cultivating this secret technique. After successfully cultivating this secret technique, it had taken her nearly a year to be able to fully control and use the divine sense that she had generated. The divine sense confrontation between the two had become more and more intense, but what was even more incredible was that Lu Ping actually had the upper hand in the confrontation. A divine sense pressure suddenly interfered in the confrontation between the two divine sense. Although this new divine sense pressure was not as strong as Lu Ping's and Chu Ting's, the divine sense contained a sharp qi, like a needle hidden in silk. It could not be underestimated. Li Xiuzhu intended to separate the two fighting. Although her ability was not above divine sense, she was a determined person. After reaching the gold core realm for a long time, her divine sense had also nurtured an unyielding sharpness. She was confident that if she caught them off guard, she should be able to break apart the divine sense of the two in one fell swoop. Lu Ping naturally knew Li Xiuzhu's plan, but Li Xiuzhu's relationship with Chu Ting made it impossible for her to be impartial when attacking the divine sense of the two, let alone when Lu Ping had the upper hand. Li Xiuzhu's divine sense rushed in, and the sharp qi inside pointed straight at Lu Ping. Lu Ping coldly snorted, and the divine sense suddenly changed. The wave-like attacks that rushed towards Chu Ting suddenly came to a halt. Chu Ting was overjoyed, and she hurriedly broke free from Lu Ping's suppression. However, Lu Ping's divine sense seemed to form a huge whirlpool above a vast ocean, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. This was the divine sense concept that Lu Ping had comprehended under the influence of the enchanting thought pill. Although Lu Ping could only display a small portion of it, Li Xiuzhu's divine sense was like a moth flying into a flame, and it broke free from her control. Amidst the loud explosion between the divine senses, Li Xiuzhu's sharp qi was devoured by Lu Ping's divine sense concept. Lu Ping's gaze coldly swept over the two people in front of him. Chu Ting's face was filled with fear, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Xiuzhu's divine sense had been forcibly dispersed by Lu Ping, and at this moment, he had a splitting headache, and faint traces of blood could be seen between his nose and mouth. Hong Ying's expression was filled with disbelief, but it was also mixed with an inexplicable excitement. Qi Lianying frowned, and no one knew what he was thinking. Today, seeing that the two of you are impatient about the pill meeting, I will treat this as a lesson to the two of you. If there is a next time, the two of you will die together. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Lu Ping slowly finished speaking and turned to leave. Just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Tomorrow, the alchemy competition of the various families will be held. I will go myself, so there is no need for you two to come. My cave residence does not welcome you two." After Lu Ping left the reception room, Hong Ying apologetically smiled at the three people and excitedly chased after Lu Ping. Only the three women remained in the room. Li Xiuzhu was as quiet as ever, and Chu Ting looked angry. Chu Ting had been accepted as a disciple by the middle-aged beauty of the Listening Sound small building since she was a child. For more than a decade, Chu Ting had always been a proud daughter of heaven in the eyes of others. Whether it was her cultivation or alchemy skills, she was an unparalleled existence among cultivators of the same level. In addition, she was intelligent and resourceful. She helped her master take care of the boudoir in an orderly manner. No matter where she went, she would be respected and looked up to. When had Chu Ting ever suffered such a big loss? Not only was she criticized in public, but she also lost to a cultivator whose cultivation was far lower than hers. Moreover, she was threatened with death by this person. It took Chu Ting a long time to break free from the shadow of this defeat. Thinking about Lu Ping's words, Chu Ting was so angry that she laughed. She looked at Qi Lianying and said, "Good, good. There is actually someone who dares to threaten me like this. I want to see how he will kill me." Chu Ting stood up and was about to chase after Lu Ping, but she felt something tighten behind her. Li Xiuzhu had unknowingly grabbed her clothes. Chu Ting turned her head and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Li, let go. Today, we must let this person know the true power of a core forging enlightened master. Don't think that you have the qualifications to challenge a core forging enlightened master just because you have cultivated the divine sense transformation technique. I want to let this person know that the gap between the core forging realm and the blood condensation realm cannot be filled with divine sense. If I were you, I wouldn't ask for trouble." "What?" Chu Ting stopped and looked at Qi Lianying. She didn't know when, but Qi Lianying had returned to his lazy expression. He patted his cherry lips and walked out while yawning. Before he left, Qi Lianying looked back and said, "He can really do it. He can really do it." Chu Ting stared blankly at Qi Lianying who was walking away. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Her mind was blank. Only Qi Lianying's words before he left echoed in her mind, "He can really do it. He can really do it." Chapter 264. Generally speaking, the Northern Alliance was made up of many factions and itinerant cultivators in the northern part of the East Sea. Other than Heaven's origin city, the heart of the Northern Alliance, there were 18 large factions, 36 medium-sized factions, and 72 small factions under the Northern Alliance's jurisdiction. These were the branches of the giant tree that was the Northern Alliance. They and Heaven's origin city, where the headquarters of the Northern Alliance was located, worked together to control the northern part of the East Sea. The House of Li was one of the weakest among the 36 mid-sized forces. The Northern Alliance's forces had their own standards. Generally speaking, if a force wanted to become one of the 18 major forces, it needed to have at least one Dharma adept, Laozu. A mid-stage core forging enlightened master was the lowest mark of a mid-sized force. Even a small force needed at least one core forging enlightened master to raise their flag. Li Xiuzhu had advanced to the core forging stage in the past 2 years, and Chu Ting had joined the Li clan after she advanced to the core forging stage. The Li clan's strength had increased by a lot, and their position on the Three Clans Island had also been consolidated. However, the Li clan's strength was still at the bottom of the 36 medium-sized clans. Many small clans had already surpassed the Li clan in terms of the number of core forging enlightened masters and overall strength. After this elixir gathering, the Li clan would not be able to pass the Northern Alliance's strength certification, and they would give up their position as a medium-sized clan for them to compete for. Every 100 years, the Northern Alliance would use the occasion of the Northern Alliance's founding celebration to hold a competition among the major factions. At that time, the 3 factions would choose to compete in alchemy, crafting weapons, formations, or talismans. Then, the ranking of each faction would be evaluated based on the overall strength they had developed over the past 100 years. After each competition, the last 3 major factions would automatically be demoted to middle-sized factions, and the top 3 mid-sized factions would replace them. Similarly, the last 6 mid-sized factions would be replaced by the strongest 6 small-sized factions. As for the last 12 small-sized factions, the major factions of the Northern Alliance would choose from among the unranked factions in the North Sea. The Li family was ranked 29th out of the 36 mid-sized forces last time, just next to the 6 eliminated mid-sized forces. They were one of the hot candidates to be demoted to a small-sized force this time. When Lu Ping arrived at the foot of Qianyuan Mountain in the middle of Qianyuan City, the Li family's patriarch, Li Maolin, and Li Xiuzhu were already waiting there. Lu Ping went up to greet Li Maolin. Li Maolin laughed and said, "Niece Chu Ting is ill, so she won't be able to come and enjoy the competition." Lu Ping nodded expressionlessly. Lu Ping clearly understood that it was naturally because of yesterday's matter that the two of them had become enemies. Naturally, out of sight, out of mind. Obviously, Li Maolin already knew about this matter. Li Xiuzhu glanced at Lu Ping and saw him following behind Li Maolin expressionlessly towards the towering Qianyuan Mountain. After thinking for a while, he didn't say anything in the end. He silently followed behind Lu Ping with Qi Lianying. "Isn't this brother Li of the Sanjia Island? You've come to the elixir gathering early this time." A middle-aged scholar with 3 strands of long beard slowly came from the side with a few people. "Oh, it's Brother Shangguan. Brother Shangguan is representing your family this time. I'm afraid that you're determined to promote your family to a mid-sized force, right? My Li family can't be compared to the Shangguan family. Who knows, maybe this elixir gathering will be replaced by Brother Shangguan's family. Coming early is just like a clumsy bird flying early." Li Maolin's complexion slightly changed when he saw the people who had come. However, he still went up to greet them and chatted wittily with them. "Brother Li's family is also not bad. I heard that 2 years ago, my niece and one of the family's consecrators both advanced to the core forging stage. The strength of Brother Li's family has greatly improved. I wonder which alchemy expert Brother Li invited to participate in this elixir gathering." Li Maolin only brought a few people with him. The eyes of the Shangguan clan's patriarch only lingered on Lu Ping and Qi Lianying. "It's just a little help. After all, both of them have just advanced and are women. They can't be compared to Shangguan Hao. I heard that his cultivation has reached the 2nd layer of the core forging realm. Now, he is taking care of the family affairs for Shangguan Hao. Uncle Li, you flatter me. I'm just doing odd jobs for my father." A handsome young man behind the Shangguan clan's patriarch, whose eyes hadn't left Li Xiuzhu since the beginning, hastily replied respectfully. Li Xiuzhu couldn't help but frown when he saw this person. "Brother Li, have you considered the matter I mentioned to you last time?" The master of the Shangguan family asked with a smile that concealed a dagger. "My son and Brother Li's daughter are a match made in heaven. Their families are well matched. This time, our Shangguan family is determined to become one of the 36 mid-sized families. When the time comes, our families will join hands. Even if Brother Li's family is reduced to a small-sized family, the Zhang family and the Wang family of the Three Families Island won't dare to do anything. Li Maolin muttered, Brother Shangguan, are you sure you can become a medium-sized clan this time? Of course. The Shangguan clan's patriarch said confidently, our Shangguan clan has 5 core forging stage cultivators and 2 mid-core forging stage cultivators. It can be said that our Shangguan clan has already reached the standard of a medium-sized clan. The only thing we lack is the status of the elixir gathering. Furthermore, our Shangguan clan is fortunate enough to invite Master Yu to help us. The Shangguan clan's patriarch pointed at an arrogant old man behind him and introduced him to Li Maolin. Li Maolin's expression changed, and he asked in surprise, Are you old Mr. Yu Jiangrui? When the arrogant old man heard Li Maolin, who was a core forging enlightened master, address him as Mr., he nodded his head in satisfaction, but didn't say anything. When Li Xiuzhu, who was standing beside Lu Ping, heard the Shangguan clan's patriarch talking about the marriage between the two clans, his expression turned gloomy, as if he was unwilling to do so. When he heard the name, Yu Jiangrui, his face was filled with surprise. Lu Ping didn't know Yu Jiangrui's background. Qi Lianying, who was standing beside him, explained in a low voice, Yu Jiangrui has been practicing alchemy for more than 100 years. He's always been one step away from becoming an alchemist master because he's never been able to break through to the core forging stage. However, he's quite famous in the Northern Alliance because he's refined dozens of half-step core forging stage pills. His success rate is even higher than some alchemist masters. Therefore, he's always considered as the #1 alchemist below alchemist masters. When Lu Ping heard this, he was quite surprised. Lu Ping had refined less than 10 kinds of half-step core forging stage pills. He couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Yu Jiangrui. Li Maolin thought for a moment and then said, marriage, although it is decided by the parents, but whether the two people are in love with each other is more important. If nephew Shangguan can win my daughter's heart, I have nothing to say. However, this time, my Li clan might be able to keep our position as one of the 36 clans. When the Shangguan clan's patriarch heard this, his expression changed. No one saw Li Xiuzhu's expression just now. Li Maolin's words were a clear rejection of the marriage between the two clans. At this moment, Yu Jiangrui, who had been standing beside the Shangguan clan's patriarch, pointed at Lu Ping and suddenly said, Patriarch Li, are you relying on this brat for the alchemy gathering? Chapter 265. Lu Ping was baffled. The Shangguan clan and the Li clan's patriarchs were secretly fighting against each other, but he was dragged into it as well. This elder Yu was also very strange. He didn't know what his motive was, but he was actually targeting Lu Ping directly. The Shangguan clan patriarch didn't respond to Yu Jiangrui's words, but Li Maolin was shocked. Although this elder Yu's alchemy skills were superb, he had taken the wrong path in his early years of cultivation, so he had no hope of breaking through to the core forging realm in the future. His alchemy skills were limited by his cultivation. Although he was very familiar with refining half-step core forging realm pills, and even the success rate of Grandmaster alchemists was inferior to him, he was still unable to successfully refine a core forging realm pill. He would forever lose the title of Grandmaster Alchemist. In his despair, Yu Jiangrui easily developed a strange habit. He always treated young cultivators and alchemists with disdain, and even ridiculed them. As for those cultivators who were known as geniuses, he was extremely jealous of them. It was as if he wanted to blame the reason why he couldn't break through to the core forging realm and become a Grandmaster Alchemist. He was even more passionate about destroying the self-confidence and self-esteem of these cultivators. Alchemists had their own methods. While the Shangguan clan patriarch was still trying to figure out who was the expert alchemist invited by the Li clan, between Lu Ping and Qi Lianying, Yu Jiangrui had already discovered Lu Ping's identity as an alchemist. Alchemists who were qualified to participate in the elixir gathering had to at least be familiar with refining late blood condensation realm pills. If they didn't want to be ridiculed, they had to successfully refine half-step core forging realm pills. From Yu Jiangrui's point of view, Lu Ping was at most 30 years old. Not only was his cultivation at the peak of the blood condensation realm, but his alchemy skills were also very good. Once he advanced to the core forging realm, it was almost certain that he would become a grandmaster alchemist. How could he not be jealous? So when he heard the conversation between the Shangguan clan patriarch and Li Maolin, he immediately vented his jealousy on Lu Ping. Li Maolin was afraid that Lu Ping would fall for Yu Jiangrui's provocation. With Yu Jiangrui's decades of experience in refining half-step core forging realm pills, Lu Ping would naturally be no match for him. At that time, not only would Lu Ping be humiliated, but it would also affect Lu Ping's performance in the elixir gathering. Li Maolin wanted to remind or even stop Lu Ping. However, the interaction between alchemists was obviously not something that other cultivators could casually interfere in. Otherwise, they would inevitably offend one of the parties. Li Maolin sighed in his heart when he saw Yu Jiangrui looking at him with a faint smile. Regardless of their alchemy skills, Yu Jiangrui's huge network of connections in the Northern Alliance was something that Lu Ping couldn't compare to. Even the few grandmasters in the Northern Alliance admired Yu Jiangrui's alchemy skills. The Li family really didn't have much of a deterrent force in front of him. Li Maolin finally chose to remain silent. When Li Xiuzhu heard this, she was a little annoyed that Yu Jiangrui was taking advantage of his seniority. She wanted to argue, but when she saw her father's action of staying out of the matter, Li Xiuzhu, who was originally a good girl without any opinions, and Lu Ping's unreasonable behavior yesterday, was angry in her heart, so she stood still and did not move. Qi Lianying looked at Lu Ping and sneered. She looked like she wanted to see how he would deal with it. Lu Ping had always been very puzzled. How could this kind of expression appear on a woman like Qi Lianying so naturally? Or, how could this kind of expression appear on a woman's face? A person with one foot in the grave can indeed scold a junior as if he is still wet behind the ears. Lu Ping thought for a while, nodded, and then added with emphasis, and it's perfectly justified. This was not only a curse for Yu Jiangrui to die early, but also a stab at his sore spot. At such an old age, there was no hope for him to reach the gold core realm. Even if his alchemy skills were superb, so what? An alchemy master is an unattainable dream for you. I will not lower myself to your level. Li Maolin secretly said, oh no. The Shangguan father and son had long been gloating. If you offend this master, unless you become an alchemy master, you can only wait for him to make things difficult for you. Good, hee hee. Yu Jiangrui was so angry that he laughed. He pointed at Lu Ping and Li Maolin and said, there are always so many unequal things in this world. At such a young age, no matter in terms of cultivation or alchemy skills, you have already reached the standard to participate in the Northern Alliance Elixir Association. You have a character of being the only one in the world, and you make fun of others to show yourself. You are extremely capable of sarcasm and sarcasm. I, the old man, do not believe in this. I will definitely offend you, the favored one. Is your Li family going to stop me this time? His last question was directed at Li Maolin. Yu Jiangrui's words were quite unreasonable. Lu Ping had not been the only one in the world, nor had he been showing off everywhere. Even his sarcasm was because Yu Jiangrui had provoked him in advance. Lu Ping had not expected to run into an old ruffian who had obviously reversed the logic of others. However, this was obviously not the time to reason with him. Li Maolin was in a difficult position. If he helped Lu Ping, the Li family would undoubtedly incur the jealousy of a narrow-minded alchemist. If he did not stop Yu Jiangrui, the elixir gathering was just around the corner. Once Lu Ping lost, it would affect the elixir gathering's competition. That would be terrible. The Li family would not only be reduced to a small-sized faction, but the Zhang family and the Wang family would also take half of the profits from the Nameless Island. Lu Ping did not speak. He wanted to see what Li Maolin could do for him. Li Maolin hesitated for a while. Then he said, Mr. Yu, the elixir gathering is just around the corner. If you two want to compete, you will have plenty of time to do it after the elixir gatherings competition. What do you think? Li Maolin had decided to get rid of Lu Ping in the end. At least, he wanted to distance himself from Lu Ping after the elixir gathering. Lu Ping narrowed his eyes and did not speak. Qi Lianying sighed softly beside Lu Ping, while Li Xiuzhu's face was a little red. That's not necessary. Yu Jiangrui sneered. Isn't the elixir gathering a ready-made opportunity? I heard that other than dealing with the rise and fall of the Li clan's influence, the elixir gathering will also decide the respective shares of the spiritual mineral vein on the Nameless Island. I think there's no harm in adding another bet. If this fellow ranks higher than the old man in the competition among the 126 alchemists, the old man will naturally have nothing to say. If he ranks lower than the old man, he will apologize to the old man in front of everyone and admit that his alchemy skills are far inferior to the old man's. In return, the Li clan will marry their daughter to the Shengguan clan as their daughter-in-law. What do you think? The alchemy furnace was the foundation of an alchemist. Losing the alchemy furnace was the greatest humiliation for an alchemist. The alchemist who lost the alchemy furnace would not be able to refine pills for others for the rest of his life, until he could take revenge on the person who defeated him. If the greatest hatred in the cultivation world was preventing one from achieving Tao, then destroying someone else's alchemy furnace would be the second greatest hatred for alchemists. This was not giving Lu Ping any leeway. For alchemists, this was a situation where they would not rest until they were dead. Li Maolin said bitterly, Mr. Yu's condition, it's a deal. Li Maolin turned his head abruptly when he heard this. His daughter, who always listened to him, actually agreed on his behalf. Li Maolin did not know how to react for a moment. Then, he heard the Shengguan clan head laughing loudly, my dear niece is indeed generous. Don't worry, as long as you become my daughter-in-law, I will definitely not treat you badly. Even if the Li clan is reduced to a small clan, with the help of my Shengguan clan, the Li clan will still be as stable as Mount Tai on the Three Clans Island. The Zhang clan has a late blood condensation cultivator cultivating on Qianyuan Mountain, and my Shengguan clan also has a son-in-law who is a disciple of Fa Xiang Laozu on Qianyuan Mountain. The Zhang clan might not dare to provoke our Shengguan clan. Shengguan Hao, who was at the side, looked at Li Xiuzhu happily. From his point of view, this was proof that Li Xiuzhu had secretly fallen in love with him. The main reason why he and Li Xiuzhu couldn't become cultivation companions was because of Li Maolin's obstruction. Otherwise, Li Xiuzhu wouldn't have agreed to Senior Yu's bet even though she knew she would lose. This time, not only would Sister Xiuzhu become his cultivation companion, but the Shengguan clan would also have a legitimate reason to intervene in the Three Clans Islands affairs. Among the Li clan's younger generation, Li Xiuzhu was the only talent. The others were nothing to worry about. Once Li Xiuzhu became the Shengguan clan's daughter-in-law, as the Shengguan clan's power grew, the Li clan would slowly become the Shengguan clan's vassal, and the Li clan's cultivation resources would be used by the Shengguan clan. Not to mention the share of the spirit or vein that was coveted by the Northern Alliance's major clans. Ignoring Shengguan Hao's new plan, Li Maolin said anxiously, you, why are you doing this? If the Li clan is reduced to a small clan, there's no such thing as a marriage alliance. Li Xiuzhu said calmly, Father, I'm just confident in Brother Lu. Li Maolin was stunned when he heard this. Only then did he remember that he was just thinking about the family's gains and losses. He had forgotten that Lu Ping was the Li clan's key in this elixir meeting. Li Maolin was blindly trying to avoid conflict, as if he was certain that Lu Ping would definitely lose in the elixir meeting. At this moment, Shengguan Hao, who was feeling superior just a moment ago, felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. The way he looked at Lu Ping gradually became fierce, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Lu Ping's senses were very sharp. When Shengguan Hao's aura changed, Lu Ping noticed it. He glanced at Shengguan Hao, but Lu Ping didn't take it to heart at all. Lu Ping's glance made Shengguan Hao feel like he was being ignored. For a genius like him, he had always been the center of attention since he was young. For someone like him, being ignored meant being looked down upon. A blood condensation minor repairs cultivator dared to look down upon a core forging stage cultivator. He was simply courting death. Chapter 266. Li Maolin was thinking about how to explain to Lu Ping. If Lu Ping was so angry that he deliberately lied about an accidental pill explosion during the elixir meet, and the Li family's result would be 0, there would really be no room for redemption. Looking at Li Maolin's hesitant expression, Lu Ping did not take it seriously at all. Instead, he admired Li Xiuzhu's courage, so he smiled and said, "Senior, you only said what I and the Li family would have to do if you won, but you did not say what you and the Shengguan family would have to do if I won by luck." Lu Ping's words seemed to make Yu Jiangrui and the Shengguan family master laugh at each other. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. The Shengguan family master shook his head hypocritically and said with a pitiful expression, "This young friend's ambition is commendable, but it is better to be humble and cautious. This time, Senior Yu will teach you a lesson. You will definitely benefit from it in the future." From his words, it seemed that he had already determined that Lu Ping would definitely lose, and did not take Lu Ping seriously at all. Lu Ping was not angry, and he still said with a smile, "Senior, why don't you tell me what I should do if I lose?" Shengguan Hao didn't like Lu Ping from the side, and when he saw Lu Ping pestering him like this, he immediately flew into a rage and said, "Kid, do you really think you're someone important? You're just a little alchemist, you're just like an ant, how dare you bargain with Master Yu and my Shengguan clan?" Lu Ping did not say anything when he heard this, but looked at Yu Jiangrui with a cold smile. Yu Jiangrui's face immediately turned red. Yu Jiangrui's original intention was only to threaten Lu Ping. He believed that with his status as the #1 alchemy master in the Northern Alliance, he would definitely make Lu Ping back off and apologize to him. As long as he vented the jealousy in his heart, his vanity would be satisfied, and he would not continue to make things difficult for Lu Ping. However, what he didn't expect was that not only did Li Maolin's daughter accept the bet, but the young man in front of him also began to be arrogant. In the end, Shengguan Hao of the Shengguan family made him even angrier. Lu Ping's sneer was actually forcing him to take a stand. Yu Jiangrui had no choice but to let out a cold snort and said, "Shengguan clan leader, although I, Yu Jiangrui, have received help from the Shengguan clan many times, it's better for your son to speak less in the future." Could it be that alchemists are really like ants in the eyes of the Shengguan clan? Shengguan Hao was stunned. He didn't know why Senior Yu, who had always been kind to him, suddenly turned against him and blamed him. Shengguan Hao didn't understand, but it didn't mean that his father was ignorant. Alchemists were a group of practitioners that couldn't be judged by common sense. They could undermine each other, fight among themselves, and look down on others, but they never allowed outsiders to say anything bad about alchemists. Otherwise, they would attack together. One alchemist was not terrible, but the network behind this alchemist was terrible, and a group of alchemists could cause a commotion in the whole cultivation world. Shengguan clan leader turned to Shengguan Hao and scolded, "Boy, how can you, a junior, talk about alchemists? Don't say such words again in the future." After a pause, as if he was worried, he added, "Even if you have this thought, you can't have it." Shengguan Hao was scolded for no reason, and Qi Lianying had already laughed heartlessly at the side. He didn't put Shengguan Hao, a perfected master, in his eyes at all. Even Li Xiuzhu, who always had a ladylike demeanor, couldn't help but smile. This made Shengguan Hao, who was on the side, even more ashamed and angry. At this time, Yu Jiangrui, who was forced by Lu Ping's words, was also in a dilemma. Yu Jiangrui didn't expect Lu Ping to be more extreme than him. He really wanted to use the alchemy furnace as a bet. Yu Jiangrui didn't think for too long. He had no reason to lose to a young alchemist. He was the one who started this. Once he backed down, how could he endure it? What's more, at this time, cultivators from other forces began to pass by. They didn't expect to encounter such a good show as soon as they arrived at Qianyuan Mountain. They stopped and pointed at the cultivators on both sides, especially Yu Jiangrui and Lu Ping. At this time, they had become the target of criticism. However, Yu Jiangrui's reputation was obviously not small. Almost all the representatives of the forces knew him. Naturally, in the eyes of most people, Lu Ping was undoubtedly an ant trying to shake a tree, a hot-blooded young cultivator who overestimated himself. Therefore, Yu Jiangrui was not in a dilemma, but he was in a dilemma. Once he backed down today, there would be no place for him in Donghai in the future. Well, if the old man loses, you can smash the old man's alchemy furnace. The old man will never refine pills for others again. Yu Jiangrui made up his mind and said loudly as if he was swearing something. His old face turned red. Among the cultivators who passed by to watch the show, some people who wanted to see the world in chaos even shouted loudly, causing the cultivators who went up the mountain from other directions to look at them. Yu Jiangrui, who was known as the number one alchemist below the master alchemist, and an unknown alchemist named Lu Jiu, who represented the Li family of Sanjia Island, made a cauldron-smashing agreement between alchemists. This news instantly spread to all the major forces on Qianyuan Mountain. Lu Jiu's name was also known to the people of the Northern Alliance for the first time. Lu Ping smiled. He didn't have the awareness that an alchemist would attach importance to a cauldron-smashing agreement. Instead, he turned to the master of Shengguan family, who was a little stunned because the development of the situation was beyond his expectations, and said, "What did the master of Shengguan family say?" The master of Shengguan family was like an arrow on a bowstring. He had no choice but to release it. If the Shengguan family wanted to have a foothold in the Northern Alliance in the future, this bet today couldn't be avoided. The master of Shengguan family was someone who was able to let go of things easily. Moreover, compared to the cauldron-smashing agreement, the bet between the Shengguan family and the Li family was really nothing. The fallen mystery land is under the control of the Shengguan family. There is a small vein of high-grade spiritual material, lava rock. If the Shengguan family wins this time, this vein will be the betrothal gift for niece Xiu Zhu. If the Shengguan family loses, this vein will naturally belong to the Li family. When the cultivators in the audience saw the master of Shengguan family being so straightforward, they all cheered. Shengguan Hao was very anxious. How could anyone make a losing deal like this? He couldn't help but say, "Father, shut up." The master of Shengguan family shouted in a low voice. Senior brother Qi, the alchemist of the Li family, is too arrogant. Yu Jiangrui is known as the number one alchemist below the master alchemist. How could an alchemist who popped out of nowhere compare to him? It seems like the Li family is too arrogant in this elixir gathering. Wang Yishan looked at Li Maolin, Xiu Zhu, and Lu Ping in the distance with a gloating expression. How can you still laugh? The Shengguan family doesn't have any good intentions. The Shengguan family is growing stronger, and it's already a matter of time before they become a medium-sized power. The Li family has declined, and they don't have any talented descendants. Only Li Xiu Zhu can still hold the fort. Once the Li family loses, Li Xiu Zhu will become the daughter-in-law of the Shengguan family. With the Shengguan family as their backing, what can the Wang family and the Zhang family gain? Why does Li Maolin look so unwilling? Isn't this beneficial to the Li family? Wang Yishan asked embarrassedly. Senior brother Qi was too lazy to explain. He looked at the other side. The elixir gathering was not going to be simple. The Li family was just an interlude. Chapter 267. At the entrance of the Qianyuan Hall on the mountainside of Qianyuan Mountain, a young man in plain clothes was flanked by a man and a woman. They were Zhang Xingqian and Zhang Xingkuan from the Zhang family of Sanjia Island. The three of them were standing at a high place overlooking the various forces that were climbing up the mountain like ants. Naturally, the three of them had seen what happened between Lu Ping and Yu Jiangrui. Loose cultivators are just a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. They think that they can refine a few half-step core forging pills and they can laugh proudly at the Northern Alliance. They don't know that compared to senior brother Ye's alchemy skills, they are just a joke of the Northern Alliance. Junior sister Zhang, you can't say that. Don't forget that our Northern Alliance was originally developed by loose cultivators. The purpose of the Northern Alliance is to unite the loose cultivators within the Northern Alliance to protect ourselves. The major forces are only developed by the Northern Alliance to control the Northern Alliance's sphere of influence. Most of the cultivators on Qianyuan Mountain are loose cultivators, especially the few Laozu. If these words were to reach their ears, even with the protection of Uncle Zhang Wuduan, your Zhang family will still be blamed by the Northern Alliance. You might even implicate Uncle Zhang Wuduan's position in Qianyuan Mountain. Zhang Xinkuan's face turned red from the words of the senior brother in the middle. Zhang Xingqian, who was next to him, quickly changed the topic. Senior brother Yi, in your opinion, who has a higher chance of winning the cauldron smashing agreement? It's hard to say. Although Yu Jiangrui's cultivation method is closely related to his alchemy skills, he can't become an alchemy master if he can't advance to the core forging stage. However, his attainments in refining half-step core forging pills are something that even Master admires. The Li family's alchemist is a little reckless. However, seeing that he has made the cauldron smashing agreement without fear, it's hard to say what trump cards he has. When the Zhang siblings heard the first part of senior brother Ye's words, their faces were first filled with joy. However, when they heard the second part of senior brother Ye's words, the siblings looked at each other and became a little suspicious. Senior brother Yi seemed to know what the two of them were thinking, so he said, among the three of you, the Li family is the weakest. Even if you win this elixir gathering, apart from keeping your status as a mid-sized force, you will only get an extra 100,000 spirit stones from the spiritual mineral vein every year. It doesn't matter. With Martial Uncle Zhang looking after you, will the Zhang family still care about 100,000 spirit stones? The ones we should be paying attention to are the Wang clan. Wang clan. Zhang Xinkuan was confused and said, the Wang family should be in trouble now. They are not allowed to join the Northern Alliance and have offended the Crystal Palace. They should be in trouble now. What trouble can they make? Therefore, the Wang family needs to rely on a force to consolidate their position. As far as I know, the alchemist representing the Wang family this time is really not weak. Zhang Xingqian had been frowning and suddenly said, could it be the Crystal Palace again? Impossible. The Zhang siblings had a rare disagreement. Zhang Xinkuan shook his head and said, not to mention that the Wang family has already offended the Crystal Palace. Even if the Wang family is thick-skinned enough to beg again, with the status of the Crystal Palace, would they care about the Wang family? Zhang Xingqian sighed and said, sister, was Wang Yishan expelled from the Crystal Palace after the incident? Zhang Xinkuan was stunned and said, indeed. Could it be that the Wang family and the Crystal Palace put on a show for the Northern Alliance in advance? Or is it that the Crystal Palace wants to hint something through Wang Yishan? But then she shook her head and said, that's not right. This time, the Crystal Palace also sent an alchemist to represent the Crystal Palace in this alchemy gathering. If that's the case, how can they help the Wang family? The senior brother Yi, who was hit by the sword, said slowly, 2 alchemists, the Crystal Palace has brought 2 alchemists. One of them came anonymously. I heard that the alchemist master of the Crystal Palace, Kunshan Town, is also coming to watch the ceremony in the Fallen Mystery Land. However, his personal disciple who stays with him all the time is not here. The Zhang siblings' faces finally became serious. After a while, it was the younger sister, Zhang Xinkuan, who was a little impatient, who asked, Senior brother Yi has been under Martial Uncle Qin's tutelage for a long time and has received all the teachings of Jinren Qin. Against the disciple of Jinren Kunshan, I think he has a good chance of winning. Senior brother Yi heard this and said seriously, although I don't think I'm weaker than the disciple of Jinren Kunshan, if I want to win, it's only a 50-50 chance. We'll only know after the competition. However, What I'm worried about is not the competition between the forces, but the alchemists from the sects other than the Northern Alliance. Zhang Xingqian was stunned and said, other than the Northern Alliance, the alchemists from the sects of the East Sea to watch the ceremony and exchange will be the personal disciples that they focus on training? Senior Brother Yi said seriously, that's right. Other than the Crystal Palace, Purple Talisman Pavilion, Wind Thunder Island, and Skyrend, the 3 sects of the East Sea that are named after the Northern Alliance, will also send their elite alchemists for exchange. This alchemy gathering is full of strangeness. I'm afraid that the sects will not come with good intentions. Zhang Xinkuan was a little worried and said, then, Senior Brother Yi, do you have the confidence to win against the alchemists from these sects? Senior Brother Yi smiled bitterly and said, although I think I'm obsessed with alchemy, my alchemy skills are still far from Senior Brother Zhou Chuang's. Zhang Xingqian said happily, Senior Brother Zhou Chuang. The Senior Brother Zhou Chuang who broke the rules and became the disciple of the alchemy Grandmaster Hongye Laozu. Seeing the complicated look in his eyes, he nodded and said, in this situation, the Northern Alliance can only send Senior Brother Zhou Chuang to compete with the alchemists from the sects of the East Sea. Zhang Xingqian clapped his hands and said, that's great. I've long heard that Senior Brother Zhou Chuang is the alchemy genius of the Northern Alliance. With him, we'll definitely have nothing to worry about. On the mountainside of Qianyuan Mountain, the Qianyuan Hall was built to be extremely grand and spacious. Even the 126 big and small forces of the Northern Alliance couldn't fill up this magnificent hall. Lu Ping followed Li Maolin and took a seat in the middle of the hall. Lu Ping turned a deaf ear to the comments of the outsiders and looked indifferent. However, Lu Ping's divine sense did not relax for even a moment. He was constantly paying attention to the alchemists of the major forces in the hall. This was the first time that Lu Ping had seen so many alchemists gathered together. Although the rules of the conference stated that the alchemists who participated in this competition must be below the core forging stage, who could guarantee that there were no hidden dragons and crouching tigers among them? While Lu Ping was observing others, others were also observing him. The smashing the furnace was known as a duel between alchemists. In the eyes of outsiders, regardless of the level of Lu Ping's alchemy skills, this agreement alone was enough to attract too much attention. Lu Ping naturally paid more attention to the alchemists of the Zhang and Wang families. Sitting next to a core forging stage cultivator of the Zhang family was a young cultivator dressed in plain clothes. It was the previous Senior Brother Yi. The Zhang siblings were sitting behind the two of them. Seeing Lu Ping's gaze sweeping over, Senior Brother Yi seemed to feel it and looked back at Lu Ping's gaze. The two of them nodded slightly and smiled. When Lu Ping's gaze turned to the direction of the Wang family, Lu Ping couldn't help but be startled. Lu Ping was very familiar with this alchemist. Chapter 268. The Wang family's pill refiner was actually Crystal Palace's senior martial brother Qi. He was the person Lu Ping met when he first snuck into the land of 100 Flowers on the Nameless Island. Lu Ping didn't expect him to represent the Wang family in this pill gathering. Lu Ping whispered to Li Maolin, does family head Li know the background of the Wang family's pill refiner? Li Maolin was stunned and turned to look at senior martial brother Qi. He knew that Lu Ping wouldn't mention this person for no reason, so he asked, little brother Lu, is there something wrong with this person? Lu Ping and Li Maolin deliberately muffled their conversation. Other than the two of them, Li Xiuzhu and Qi Lianying, no one else could hear their conversation. Do you remember the silver fir cultivator from the mortal market on the Three Clans Island? Lu Ping turned to ask Li Xiuzhu. It's him. Li Xiuzhu said in surprise, did he bring an artifact to hide his appearance? How can brother Lu be so sure that it's him? Lu Ping naturally wouldn't tell them that he snuck into the Nameless Island. He only said, I met this person's true appearance by chance, so I know him. Li Xiuzhu naturally knew what it meant if the Wang family's pill refiner was really the silver fir cultivator from the mortal market on the Three Clans Island. The Crystal Palace and the Wang family hadn't severed their relationship like on the surface. At this moment, the Qianyuan Mountain Northern Alliance cultivator in charge of welcoming the guests suddenly shouted, "Purple Talisman Pavilion's Daoist Yuhai is here with his disciples to attend the gathering." Lu Ping looked up and saw a fair-skinned, beardless cultivator leading a few blood condensation realm cultivators into the hall. The cultivators from the various forces who knew this enlightened Master Yuhai quickly stepped forward to greet him. Enlightened Master Yuhai was a smooth talker and he chatted happily with the representatives from the various forces. He was very popular among the cultivators. Lu Ping didn't know this Daoist Yuhai's background and couldn't help but ask, "This Daoist Yuhai seems to have a lot of friends. So many people know him." Li Maolin looked at him strangely, then said enviously, "This is the scary thing about you pill refiners. Everywhere you go, you are the guests of the various forces, and there are always people who try to curry favor with you. Moreover, this is a pill refiner master, and a pill refiner master from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, one of East Sea's 5 sections." Lu Ping nodded thoughtfully. Then, the welcoming cultivator announced, "Enlightened Master Feng Lianying of Wind and Thunder Island is here with her disciples to attend the ceremony." Everyone exchanged greetings, then Lu Ping turned and Li Daoist Li, Feng Master is Das. Li Daoist Palace, 1 Feng Li of Master. Li Maolin nodded silently. Both of them looked towards the door at the same time. Indeed, a moment later, Sage Ji Yayuan of the Sky Fisher Sword Sect is here to witness the ceremony with her disciples. This time, it wasn't just Lu Ping and Li Maolin, but the other cultivators in the hall also felt something was amiss. Why did the East Ocean sects send out famous alchemy grandmasters to attend the alchemy meet? Crystal Palace's Daoist Kunshan is here with his disciples to attend the gathering. Daoist Kunshan's arrival was obviously not as welcome as the previous 3 Daoists. It wasn't that the major forces didn't want to curry favor with him, but because of the matter of the mineral vein on the Nameless Island. The relationship between the Northern Alliance and the Crystal Palace was at a delicate stage. Naturally, no force would be stupid enough to offend the Northern Alliance at this time. Daoist Kunshan didn't care. He just nodded to some familiar cultivators and led his disciples to the seats of honor in the hall with the other 3 sections. Just as the cultivators in the hall were talking about the appearance of the pill refiner masters, an inexplicable aura suddenly filled the hall. The core forging cultivators in the hall were the first to notice it, followed by some of the pill refiners who participated in the gathering. Lu Ping also felt this wonderful aura after Li Maolin noticed it. It was as if a kind of harvest and killing aura coexisted, reminding Lu Ping of the autumn in Middle-earth. This wondrous state was like a divine ability, dragging everyone into a contradictory state of perceiving the aura of life and death. After that, the other alchemists and cultivators also discovered this wondrous aura, and they were all immersed in the atmosphere of perceiving the mysteries of this aura. After a while, this wonderful atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Lu Ping opened his eyes and saw an unprepossessing old man with his hands behind his back. As if he was taking a stroll, he leisurely walked in from outside the hall, ignoring the hundreds of cultivators on both sides. 2 cultivators followed behind him, one on the left and one on the right. One of them had a graceful bearing, clearly a core forging cultivator. The other cultivator was about the same age as Lu Ping. His eyes were always filled with a kind of eagerness. His gaze was filled with provocation and excitement. His threatening aura probed the cultivators sitting on both sides. Many of the pill refiners didn't dare to look at the young cultivator's fierce gaze. Some of them forced themselves to look at him, but their eyes were filled with vigilance. The young cultivator curled his lips in disdain and continued to follow the old man. When the young cultivator looked at Lu Ping smiled back at him. The young cultivator suddenly felt as if his eyes had fallen into a bottomless abyss, an emptiness that made him feel as if he was stuck in a bottomless abyss, unable to rise or fall. The young cultivator's interest was piqued and he smiled back at Lu Ping. His eyes conveyed a message, "You're an opponent I'm looking forward to meeting." The core forging enlightened master beside the young cultivator seemed to have sensed something. He glanced at the young cultivator and then at Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping had already lowered his head and started sipping on his spirit tea, while the old man continued to stroll towards the front of the hall as if he was taking a stroll. The three of them walked at a moderate pace. Along the way, the young cultivator unscrupulously provoked the pill refiners on both sides with his aggressive gaze, looking for an opponent he was interested in. He ignored the angry glares of others. When the old man reached the front of the hall and sat directly on the main seat, everyone realized that the three of them were cultivators from the Northern Alliance's Qianyuan Mountain. At this point, the representatives of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea had gathered in the Qianyuan Great Hall. At this moment, perfected Kunshan of the Crystal Palace, perfected Yuhai of the Purple Talisman Pavilion, perfected Feng Lianying of the Wind and Thunder Island, and perfected Ji Yaoyuang of the Skyren sect, who were sitting in the main seat, stood up at the same time and bowed to the old man. Junior greets Hongye Laozu. Laozu. Fa Xiang Laozu. The only pill refinement grandmaster of the Northern Alliance, Hongye Laozu. The cultivators from the great sects in the hall were shocked. This quiet, unprepossessing old man who looked like an old fisherman was actually one of the few pill refinement grandmasters of the Eastern Sea? Everyone stood up one after another. For a moment, the hall was quite chaotic. The cultivators who bowed to Hongye Laozu rose one after another and greeted him with all kinds of greetings. Lu Ping also could not hide the excitement in his heart. He stood up with Li Maolin and the others and respectfully greeted Hongye Daoist. Get up, all of you. No need to be so polite. A calm and warm voice rang in Lu Ping's ears. Chapter 269. This was the first time Lu Ping had seen Dharma form Laozu. Lu Ping had seen the power of Dharma form Laozu before. For example, when the North Sea Demon Clan launched a sneak attack on Zhenling and Xianling sect, Zhenling's Dharma form Laozu, the Wind and Snow Immortals, appeared. Wind, frost, snow, and rain fell from the sky, freezing the sea. Also, when perfected Jiang Xianlin achieved Dharma form, a huge spiritual energy vortex was formed at the peak of Tianling Mountain. For such an existence, Lu Ping could only express his admiration and admiration. The Northern Alliance's celebration was originally handed over to Martial Nephew Qin Su to host, but with the arrival of the alchemy masters from Crystal Palace, Purple Talisman Pavilion, Wind and Thunder Island and Skyrend, Martial Nephew Qin Su had no choice but to summon this old bag of bones from Qianyuan Mountain again. As soon as Hongye Laozu finished speaking, the perfected person next to Hongye Laozu smiled apologetically and awkwardly at everyone in the hall. With his identity as an alchemy master, it was enough for him to host the elixir gatherings of the Northern Alliance. However, the other 4 sects of the East Sea had sent for alchemy masters whose positions were not lower than his. As the host of this elixir gathering, perfected person Qin Su had no choice but to invite his semi-retired martial uncle, the only alchemy grandmaster in the Northern Alliance, Hongye Laozu, to suppress the situation. The Water Crystal Palace's enlightened Kun Shan stood up and said, "We are very happy that Brother Qin was able to invite the old ancestor over. If we can receive a few pointers from the old ancestor, we might owe Brother Qin a big favor." The alchemy grandmasters from the Purple Talisman Pavilion, Wind and Thunder Island, and Sky-Splitting Sword sect also chimed in. Obviously, the appearance of the Red Leaf ancestor had shocked these alchemy grandmasters, but at the same time, they were delighted. Hongye Laozu pointed at the 4 alchemy masters and laughed. "The 4 of you are all clever. Do you think the old man doesn't know what you are thinking?" Hongye Laozu's pun made the alchemy masters from the 4 sects laugh awkwardly. Some of the sharp-minded cultivators in the hall had already realized that something unusual was going to happen in today's elixir gathering. Before the alchemy gathering, the various powers of the Northern Alliance would be evaluated by the high-level cultivators of Qianyuan Mountain. Each power was then divided into 3 ranks, large, medium, and small. For example, the Leaf family was ranked 29th among the medium powers. The 12 medium powers in the lower ranks had to compete for the 6 spots that would prevent them from being demoted to small powers through the performance of the alchemy masters in the alchemy gathering. The 6 vacated medium powers would then be decided by the 12 large powers among the small powers. In the same way, the 3 large forces that failed to be selected would also be fought over by the 6 lower-class forces. The vacated spots would be filled by the 3 winning forces from the 6 upper-class forces. Of course, this did not mean that there was no need for the mid-tier forces among the various forces to participate in the elixir gathering. This was because the performance of the various forces in the elixir gathering would directly become one of the standards for re-evaluating their ranks in the next elixir gathering. Hongye Laozu signaled Immortal Qin to announce the beginning of the elixir gathering. Before the elixir gathering began, Immortal Qin first explained the rules of the elixir gathering. Then, with a hint of encouragement, he said, "For the celebration of this elixir gathering, all the spirit herbs that you need to refine the pills will be provided by the Northern Alliance." Not only that, the Northern Alliance has also prepared generous rewards for all the alchemists. Those who are in the top 32 of this elixir gathering will be able to choose an inheritance jade slip from the elixir building of the Northern Alliance. If you are in the top 16, you will be able to see the alchemy knowledge left by the previous generations of alchemists in the elixir building of the Northern Alliance. When the people in the hall heard about the rewards for the top 32, they all felt that it was just so. Although the elixir building of the elixir building was precious, as long as an alchemist reached the level of an alchemy grandmaster, there would naturally be many people who would rush to give up their elixir building in exchange for alchemy. However, when the people in the hall heard that the top 16 would have the opportunity to see the alchemy knowledge of the previous generations of alchemists in the Northern Alliance, the cultivators in the hall all cheered. Lu Ping was also excited. Elixir building was just a way to increase one's foundation. Although the insights were not as good as the inheritance jade slip, it was still something that could improve an alchemist's alchemy skills immediately. It was an important way for a sect to attract alchemists and strengthen its foundation and accumulation. Hearing that, the alchemists present became even more expectant of the rewards. When Lu Ping raised his hand to look, he saw that the young cultivator behind Red Leaf Laozu also had a fervent expression on his face. The 4 alchemy grandmasters, who represented the 4 great sects of the East Sea, also had looks of astonishment on their faces. Clearly, they did not expect that the Northern Alliance would be so generous to open up the elixir building. As one of the 5 great sects of the East Sea, the Northern Alliance had tens of thousands of years of heritage. There was no need to doubt the accumulation of the elixir building. It was something that every alchemist dreamed of. At the same time, the various alchemists looked forward to the rewards for the top 8. Seeing the fervent expressions on the faces of the alchemists and the alchemy grandmasters from the 4 great sects, Immortal Qin's lips curled up slightly. It was as if he had already expected their reactions. Seeing that Immortal Qin did not speak for a long time, Immortal Yu Hai from the Purple Talisman Pavilion asked curiously, "The Northern Alliance is really generous this time. They opened up the elixir building. Even the old man wants to compete with them. But why didn't Brother Qin tell us the rewards for the top 8? Immortal Qin smiled when he heard Yu Hai's question. If Brother Yu Hai makes a move, they won't have a chance. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but the Northern Alliance has decided to open up Ziyue Cave Heaven. All the alchemists who enter the top 8 will have a chance to obtain a treasure from it." As soon as Immortal Qin finished speaking, everyone in the hall looked at each other. They had never heard of the Northern Alliance having such a place. Only the people in charge of a few large forces sitting in the front row of the hall looked at each other in shock. Their lips moved slightly, but no one knew what they were saying. Then, they saw the alchemists who followed them nodding their heads with solemn and fervent expressions. Immortal Ji Yaoyuang from Skyrend was a woman. Ever since she entered the hall, she had been meditating with her eyes closed. Other than Hongye Laozu, who stood up and bowed when he arrived, she had an aloof attitude. The alchemy grandmasters from the various sects seemed to be quite afraid of her. When they chatted with each other, they intentionally or unintentionally missed this immortal. When Immortal Qin said that he wanted to open Ziyue Cave Heaven, even Immortal Yu Hai from Purple Talisman Pavilion and Immortal Feng Lianying from Wind and Thunder Island were confused. Immortal Kun Shan seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, Immortal Ji Yaoyuan suddenly opened her eyes and said in a slightly surprised tone, "Senior Brother Qin, Ziyue Cave Heaven is a place of inheritance set up by the generations of core forging masters of the Northern Alliance before they passed away. It is an important means for the Northern Alliance to ensure their own inheritance and status. Usually, it is only opened for the outstanding disciples of the Northern Alliance. Why does such an important place need to be opened for the elixir gathering this time?" Immortal Ji Yaoyuan opened her eyes and looked straight at Immortal Ji Yaoyuan. Her gaze was like two sharp swords piercing through the hall. A cold chill was released, but it still made the cultivators who were discussing in the hall shiver. They felt as if their divine sense was being torn apart. The noisy atmosphere in the hall suddenly became quiet. Lu Ping looked at this Immortal Ji Yaoyuan in surprise. Li Maolin, who was beside him, introduced, "This is Master Ji Yaoyuan. Not only is her alchemy famous in East Sea, but her heaven-splitting swordsmanship is also one of the few core forging masters in East Sea. It is said that this immortal has cultivated a magical power called Gung Metal Dharma I. I wonder if it is the same as just now." Although Immortal Ji Yaoyuan was asking Immortal Qin a question, her eyes were looking at Hongye Laozu. Clearly, Ziyue Cave Heaven was an extremely special place in the Northern Alliance. Whether it was opened or not was not up to Immortal Qin. Skyrend and the Northern Alliance had always been on good terms. Immortal Ji Yaoyuan knew about Ziyue Cave Heaven. It was understandable for other immortal masters to know about it. However, when they heard that Ziyue Cave Heaven was an important place of inheritance in the Northern Alliance, they all looked at Hongye Laozu in shock. After hearing Immortal Ji Yaoyuan's words, all the alchemists in the hall knew about Ziyue Cave Heaven's position in the Northern Alliance. Lu Ping frowned slightly. Places of inheritance like this should exist in all the major sects, and there should be more than one. Lu Ping vaguely heard from second senior sister Li Xuanru that there was also a similar place of inheritance in Jinling. However, how could the Northern Alliance make such a place public, let alone let people enter it to choose treasures? The publicly recognized places of inheritance in the sects were naturally the Sutra Depository, and the like. However, a sect had thousands of years to tens of thousands of years of inheritance accumulation. Naturally, they would not put all their eggs in one basket. Therefore, there were many secret places of inheritance in the sects to prevent the sect from declining or encountering a powerful enemy. They could ensure that the sect could pass on the torch and make a comeback. There were naturally many cultivators who had the same question as Lu Ping. Everyone looked at Hongye Laozu, intending to listen to his explanation. However, Hongye Laozu's mind was elsewhere. He had no intention of giving any explanation. Everyone could only look at Immortal Qin. Immortal Qin obviously knew that the opening of such a place of inheritance would cause everyone to speculate. However, he was also confused at the moment. When Immortal Hongye explained to him, he did not mention the reason. Immortal Qin coughed and turned a blind eye to the cultivator's expectant eyes. He continued, "As for the top 4 and the champion of this year's pill gathering, our Northern Alliance's spiritual masters and martial uncle Hongye will discuss and reward each alchemist according to their specific circumstances." The Northern Alliance's reward measures for this pill gathering that Immortal Qin had announced not only caused a lot of discussion among the cultivators in the hall, but even the alchemy masters of the 4 great sects were frowning. They did not know what the Northern Alliance's intention was. A strange light flashed in Kun Shan's eyes, and in a moment, he returned to his calm state. However, he did not know that all of this was seen by Hongye Laozu, who seemed to be out of his mind. In the Qian Yuan Hall, Immortal Qin explained everything. Before he announced the official start of the pill gathering, he turned around and said respectfully to Hongye Laozu, "Martial uncle, please make your move." Hongye Laozu opened his eyes slightly, and a great pressure suddenly appeared in the Qian Yuan Hall. Chapter 270. This time, Patriarch Redleaf's Dharma characteristic aura was immediately retracted. He did not give the cultivators within the Grand Hall too much of a chance to comprehend it. As they were feeling puzzled, some of the cultivators suddenly noticed that the entire Heaven Essence Grand Hall had silently disappeared. The ground beneath their feet had transformed into clouds and mist. At that very moment, it was as though they had ascended to the immortal realm, walking on clouds and mist like immortals. Skyren's perfected Ji Yayue opened her eyes and looked around. She said in a surprised tone, "Is this the legendary Qian Yuan Paradise of the Northern Alliance? I didn't expect the Qian Yuan Great Hall that stands on the mountainside to be a spatial treasure." Perfected Qin smiled and praised, "Perfected Ji, you have a good eye. This Qian Yuan Great Hall is the spatial treasure of the Northern Alliance's Qian Yuan Grotto Heaven." When Perfected Kun Shan and the others heard that this was the location of a grotto heaven, they were also shocked. Their divine senses flew around the grotto heaven, carefully observing the spatial treasure. Lu Ping was already shocked by the Northern Alliance's deep heritage. Lu Ping naturally compared Jinling to the Northern Alliance. Although Lu Ping did not have access to the core secrets of his sect in Jinling, Lu Ping believed that Jinling had a grotto heaven similar to the Northern Alliance's grotto heaven. However, the Northern Alliance did not keep their grotto heaven a secret like Jinling. Instead, they openly invited many cultivators to enter. In addition to the Ziyue Grotto Heaven that Perfected Qin had mentioned, the Northern Alliance had revealed the location of their Grotto Heaven. In Lu Ping's opinion, this was a sign of the Northern Alliance's confidence. It was an affirmation of their own strength. Perfected Red Leaf reached out and grabbed. 128 white clouds suddenly flew over from the empty sky and slowly landed in front of the seats of each faction. Perfected Qin smiled at the perfected masters of the Eastern Sea sects. "I wonder if you are interested in letting your disciples go up and have an exchange?" Kun Shanjinren and the others laughed and said, "That's my wish, I wouldn't dare to ask you." Just as Lu Ping was about to step on the white cloud, he heard a burst of laughter from the enlightened masters of the various sections. Several young cultivators who had been following behind the enlightened masters of the various sects walked out and stepped on the white clouds that floated over from the horizon. At this moment, the young cultivator who had been following behind Hongyi Laozun standing side by side with Immortal Qin stepped forward and said, "Master, disciples' hands are itching. I'm also willing to spar with the elite alchemists of East Sea who have not yet reached the core forging stage." Perfected Person Kun Shan and the others were shocked again because the young man was not talking to Perfected Person Qin, but Hongye Laozu who was sitting at the side. For a blood condensation realm alchemist to catch the eye of Hongyi Laozu, this person was either a direct descendant of Hongyi Laozu, or he had extraordinary talent in alchemy. His talent was enough to attract a Dharma adept Laozu to make an exception and accept him as a disciple. Seeing the young cultivator leave on the cloud, Perfected Person Feng Lianying of Wind and Thunder Island finally could not help but ask Perfected Person Qin, "This junior brother is actually a disciple of Laozu. I think he must be talented and inherited Laozu's teachings." Perfected Person Qin nodded and said, "Junior brother Zhou Chuang is a rare alchemy genius in the Northern Alliance. If not for his lack of cultivation, I think it's only a matter of time before he becomes a master alchemist. I'm afraid that even I, as his senior brother, will be left behind." When the Grand Masters heard Perfected Person Qin's words, their expressions changed. No one knew what they were thinking. Perfected Person Kun Shan smiled and said, "It seems that junior brother Zhou Chuang will be the champion of this alchemy gathering." Perfected Person Qin looked at Perfected Person Kun Shan and said meaningfully, "Perfected Person Kun Shan, you must be joking. I believe that the alchemists sent by Purple Charm Pavilion, Wind and Thunder Island, and Skyrend are also the most outstanding young alchemists from their respective sections. I heard that the alchemist who came with Master Kun Shan this time is the blood condensation realm alchemy genius, Ning Shiais, that the Crystal Palace has specially cultivated. I heard that he has also received a lot of guidance from Grandmaster Lianshan. Although he has not become a disciple of a Grandmaster, he is no different from a Grandmaster's disciple. His alchemy skills are probably not inferior to junior brother Zhou Chuang's, right?" Perfected Person Kun Shan's expression changed. He forced a smile and said, I didn't expect junior nephew Ning to be so famous. Even brother Qin has heard of him in the Northern Alliance. Perfected person Qin smiled and said, there are countless hidden talents in the world of cultivation. Although junior brothers Zhou Chuang and Ning Shiais are rare genius alchemists, they don't dare to be arrogant enough to be better than all the alchemists here. Not to mention the young alchemists from the other three major sects and the East Sea sects, it is hard to say that there are no alchemists from the 128 Northern Alliance forces. I heard that before this alchemy gathering started, there were 2 alchemists who actually made a cauldron-smashing agreement. This is really shocking. While the alchemists from the various sects were inquiring about the cauldron-smashing agreement from perfected person Qin, Lu Ping had already stepped onto the white cloud. It felt like he was walking on flat ground. Lu Ping tried to channel his mana into the white cloud, but it was instantly refined. Then, with a thought from Lu Ping, the white cloud immediately flew away from the ground of the Great Hall of Heaven's essence, which had already turned into a huge white cloud. It flew towards the void at the side. After Lu Ping stopped the white cloud at a place that maintained an appropriate distance from the other white clouds, he heard perfected person Qin's clear voice slowly coming from the center of the white cloud. The first stage of the elixir gathering is for all alchemists to refine the elixir recorded in the elixir recipe in the shortest possible time. At the same time, you must ensure the success rate and the quality of the elixir. Lu Ping turned around and saw a puff of white mist suddenly rising from the center of the cloud. A jade slip and a storage pouch were placed on a small cloud table formed by the white mist. Then, the table slowly rose into the air. Lu Ping took out the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. There were actually 3 elixir recipes recorded inside: soft jade pill, warm jade pill, and sharp jade pill. Lu Ping studied the elixir recipes for a while, then picked up the storage pouch at the side and carefully checked it. Sure enough, there were 3 elixir recipes recorded in each of the 3 elixir recipes. The soft jade pill, warm jade pill, and sharp jade pill were one of the more famous elixirs in the late blood condensation realm. They were also known as the 3 Jade Spirit Pill. Lu Ping had heard of this type of elixir for a long time. It was one of the more difficult elixirs in the late blood condensation realm. Lu Ping had tried to collect elixir recipes for the 3 Jade Spirit Pill, but his wish was never fulfilled. He didn't expect to find a complete set here. The reason why alchemists needed to constantly collect elixir recipes and refine new elixirs was not only because they needed to hone their alchemy skills, but also because after a cultivator consumed a certain amount of the same elixir, the effect of the elixir on the cultivator's cultivation would become negligible. Only by continuously consuming different elixirs to supplement their cultivation could they ensure the quality of their cultivation. Therefore, alchemists often spared no effort in collecting elixir recipes. In the cultivation world, no cultivator could become a high-level cultivator with the assistance of a single elixir. There was also no alchemist who could become an alchemy grandmaster or even an alchemy grandmaster by refining only one elixir. Lu Ping's luck was obviously not very good. He encountered 3 types of elixirs that he was unfamiliar with. This was also the reason why Lu Ping's foundation was not strong enough. Not far away, the alchemist representing the Wang family, senior brother Qi from the Crystal Palace, the alchemist representing the Zhang family, immortal Qin's disciple, senior brother Yi, and the alchemist representing the Shengguan family, Yu Jiangrui, stopped their respective clouds not far away from Lu Ping. After Yu Jiangrui took the jade slip from the cloud in his hand, he looked at it for a while, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he shook his storage bag and picked 1/3 of the hundreds of spiritual herbs. He looked up at Lu Ping and found that Lu Ping was still figuring out the elixir recipe jade slip in his hand. He could not help but sneer. Yu Jiangrui patted the jade belt on his waist, and a 4-legged elixir furnace with various fire beasts engraved on it flew out from the jade belt. Amidst the chaotic buzzing sound, many cultivators who were contemplating and figuring out the elixir recipe nearby woke up. Many cultivators looked at Yu Jiangrui and could not help but frown. When they saw the high-grade elixir furnace, they were shocked and envious. Then, they deliberately rode the cloud under their feet away from this area. The elixir furnace grew to the size of a person and landed on the cloud. Yu Jiangrui stretched out his hand, and a white flame appeared. The flame floated to the bottom of the elixir furnace and suddenly exploded. A raging white flame immediately enveloped the elixir furnace, and the temperature around Yu Jiangrui immediately rose. Yu Jiangrui looked around and found that other than himself, there was no other alchemist who had started refining elixirs. Yu Jiangrui thought to himself, this is my advantage. Because I have no hope of advancing to the core forging realm, I put all my energy into refining elixirs. Although I can't refine core forging realm elixirs, my knowledge of blood condensation realm and half-step core forging realm elixirs is not inferior to those young alchemists from the big sections. My experience in alchemy is also far above them. I don't know where the Li family found this alchemist. Even if he was an anonymous disciple from a big sect, he would not be a match for me. Yu Jiangrui finished preheating the elixir furnace and threw the spiritual herbs into it. At the same time, senior brother Yi, who was not far away, also began to choose the spiritual herbs. Clearly, as an alchemist nurtured by the Northern Alliance, he had some advantages when it came to elixirs from the Northern Alliance. Although senior brother Ye's elixir furnace was a mid-grade magic tool, there was a dense mist floating above it. It was obviously a high-quality elixir furnace that had been passed down for a long time. It was not inferior to a high-grade elixir furnace. Above the white cloud in the center of the Heavens Grotto, many enlightened masters noticed the situation of all the alchemists in the Heavens Grotto. Enlightened Master Ji Yayuan of Skyrend looked at Enlightened Master Qin with interest and asked, isn't this the golden light cauldron that Enlightened Master Qin used in his early years? Could it be that this kid is Enlightened Master Qin's disciple? Enlightened Master Qin laughed silently and said, yes, he is. But because senior brother Zhang Wuduan came to me for a favor, this disciple couldn't bear the loneliness, so I simply let him out to broaden his horizons. With the help of the outstanding alchemists from various sects, he will be able to restrain himself. Enlightened Master Ji Yayuan smiled and said, look at this martial nephew, you have the demeanor of a great master. I'm afraid that Enlightened Master Qin will have the opposite effect. At this time, senior brother Qi, who was not far away from senior brother Yi, also took out a mid-grade elixir furnace. It was actually the same as senior brother Ye's elixir furnace, there was also a dense mist floating above it. Senior brother Yi glanced at him, but unexpectedly, senior brother Qi was also looking at him from the corner of his eyes. Their gazes met in the void, and their provocative gazes were enough to create sparks in the air. Both of them snorted coldly. Senior brother Yi opened his mouth and spat out a pale red flame, which transformed into a 1-foot-long firebird in midair. It flew to the bottom of the elixir furnace, and with a flap of its wings, a raging orange flame gushed out and continuously licked the bottom of the elixir furnace. Senior brother Qi turned his hand and a fire fox appeared. A red tail was constantly dancing behind him. The fire fox ran to the bottom of the elixir furnace, and with a shake of its red tail, a flame appeared out of thin air. Senior brother Qi placed the selected spirit herbs into the elixir furnace one by one. Looking at his skillful process, it was obvious that this was not the first time he was refining this type of elixir. After the two of them placed the spirit herbs into the elixir furnace, they focused on controlling the flame and the refining of the spirit herbs in the elixir furnace. At the same time, they could also make time to observe the refining process of the cultivators around them. At this time, Yu Jiangrui had a calm expression on his face, and a faint pill fragrance was exuding from the elixir furnace. Not far from him, Lu Ping was still trying to figure out the elixir recipe in his hand, and at the same time, he was using his other hand to select the spirit herbs for refining the soft jade pill from his storage bag. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed, and a mid-grade elixir furnace flew out from his storage ring. Because of Lu Ping's frequent use of this ordinary-looking mid-grade elixir furnace, a faint layer of mist had formed above the mouth of the furnace. Yu Jiangrui snorted coldly. While he was concentrating on his elixir furnace, he seemed to be looking forward to something. Lu Ping reached out and wiped his storage ring, and a scarlet flame appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Li Xiuzhu, who was below, was slightly surprised to see this flame. He recognized that this flame was the Scarlet Nightmare flame that had been used to repel Chu Ting's cultivator at the underground trade fair on the Three Families Island. Chapter 271. Li Xiuzhu thought about it and told Li Maolin, who was next to him. However, he did not avoid Qi Lianying. Li Maolin frowned and did not speak, but Qi Lianying was not surprised at all. Lu Ping stretched out his hand to hold the red ibis fire. The flame turned into the shape of a red ibis bird in mid-air and began to dance around the alchemy furnace. After the alchemy furnace was heated up, Lu Ping began to put the spirit herbs in his hand into the alchemy furnace according to the order recorded in the alchemy recipe and began to refine. At this time, the alchemy furnace in front of Yu Jiangrui suddenly emitted a strange fragrance. Yu Jiangrui's face lit up. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the alchemy furnace. The lid of the alchemy furnace flew up, and 9 pills suddenly jumped out of the alchemy furnace. Yu Jiangrui used a jade bottle to suck the pills that flew out. The 9 pills suddenly turned into a straight line and flew into the jade bottle. Yu Jiangrui was the first to successfully refine the first batch of pills. The alchemy masters in the void were obviously affected. Several alchemy masters made obvious operational mistakes. Some alchemy furnaces exploded, some alchemy furnaces emitted a burnt smell, and some alchemy masters tried their best to control the process. Although the refining did not fail, it was obvious that even if the refinement was successful, the success rate would be greatly affected. Yu Jiangrui glanced at Lu Ping and found that Lu Ping's operation was very unfamiliar. Obviously, he was refining a kind of pill that he had never encountered before. Yu Jiangrui was quite happy with Lu Ping's misfortune. He secretly thought that Lu Ping's luck was really bad. In this case, alchemy masters would generally start with the pills that they had refined before. At this time, Lu Ping obviously encountered 3 kinds of strange pills. This also showed that this person's knowledge and inheritance were not necessarily very high. Senior brother Qi and senior brother Yi, who were not far from Lu Ping, also noticed Lu Ping's situation. Senior brother Qi smiled disdainfully, then turned his attention to his alchemy furnace. Senior brother Ye's eyes flashed, not knowing what he was thinking. Then, he also turned his attention to his alchemy furnace. He had started concocting pills before senior brother Qi, and there wasn't much time left until the completion of the pills. Lu Ping's heart sank when he saw Yu Jiangrui's success rate of concocting blood condensation realm medicinal pellets with a 90% success rate. Yu Jiangrui was indeed worthy of his title as the #1 alchemist in the North Alliance, second only to the Grandmaster alchemists. One should know that Lu Ping's success rate for late blood condensation realm medicinal pellets was only 80% even with the help of the Azure Spirit Fire. Fortunately, the elixir meeting had just begun, and this was just a warm-up. Without the support of the Azure Spiritual Fire, Lu Ping's success rate was obviously affected. However, with Lu Ping's current skill in alchemy, the impact wasn't too serious. When the soft jade pill was out of the cauldron, almost all the alchemists in Qian Yuan Cave had already finished concocting their first batch of pills. Yu Jiangrui even followed closely behind Lu Ping's soft jade pill and successfully concocted his second batch of pills. Another 9 pitch-black pills were produced. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and collected the 7 warm and glossy pills into a jade bottle. This made many cultivators who were prepared to laugh at Lu Ping were shocked. They didn't expect this guy, who was always stumbling during the concoction process, to have such a high success rate. Could it be luck? On the other hand, Yu Jiangrui, senior brother Qi, and senior brother Ye's faces turned solemn. They could tell that this was Lu Ping's first time concocting a pill, but he had a 70% success rate. They didn't dare to underestimate his alchemy skills. At this time, in the middle of the clouds, the patriarchs of the Zhang family and Wang family had already arrived at Li Maolin's group. Brother Maolin, this alchemist from your family doesn't seem to be very brilliant. I originally thought that the alchemist who dared to make a cauldron-smashing agreement with Yu Jiangrui must have some amazing skills. I didn't expect him to be so mediocre. The patriarch of the Wang family was called Wang Biao. He was a burly middle-aged man with a cultivation of the fifth layer of the core forging realm. He had seen what had happened between the alchemists from the Zhang family, Wang family, and even paid close attention to Yu Jiangrui because of the cauldron-smashing agreement. Just now, he saw that not only did Yu Jiangrui's success rate reach 90%, but senior brother Qi, who represented the Wang family, and senior brother Yi from the Zhang family also had a success rate of 90%. Not only was Lu Ping the last to successfully concoct his first batch of pills, but his success rate was only 70%. Although his success rate was not bad among all the alchemists, it was obviously not as good as the alchemists from the first three families. Li Maolin replied casually, "Brother Wang, you worry too much. The first stage of the competition is just to eliminate some of the unqualified alchemists based on their success rate. Alchemist Lu Jiu's 70% success rate is more than enough to advance to the next stage. So what if your family's alchemist has a 100% success rate?" Wang Biao snorted coldly and said, "One small clue reveals the general trend. If he's already so bad at concocting blood condensation pills, you can imagine how bad he will be when it comes to concocting half-step forging realm pills." Li Maolin's expression changed. This was exactly what he was worried about. A master alchemist's success rate wasn't determined by the number of batches of pills they produced. Each batch of pills was affected by many external factors. Therefore, the success rate was determined by a master alchemist's continuous production of pills. This was why the Northern Alliance's Elixir Association used the success rate of a master alchemist to eliminate a master alchemist, rather than the number of batches of pills they produced. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this time, the first stage of the Elixir Association was nearing its end. Yu Jiangrui's third batch of pills had already been successfully concocted. It was another 9 pills. He was the first alchemist to complete 3 batches of pills out of nearly 200 alchemists in the entire Elixir Association. Yu Jiangrui walked out from the alchemy room formed by the white clouds and received the compliments of a hero from the Shengguan clan master and the others. Yu Jiangrui turned to look at Lu Ping and discovered that Lu Ping's third cauldron of medicinal pellets was also on the verge of condensing. Yu Jiangrui's carefree mood was now clouded. Initially, Lu Ping was slower than Yu Jiangrui by an entire cauldron of medicinal pellets. But after 3 cauldrons of medicinal pellets, Lu Ping seemed to be catching up. The time he took to concoct the last 2 cauldrons of medicinal pellets was shortened again and again. Now, he was only short of Yu Jiangrui's last cauldron. Yu Jiangrui had already noticed Lu Ping's method of alchemy. He found that Lu Ping's 3 batches of pills were concocted in one go. After each batch of pills was finished, Lu Ping did not take any rest to recover his spiritual power or relieve the fatigue of his divine sense. It's just that your cultivation is a bit more profound. Using your divine sense continuously is extremely easy to cause fatigue. With such a vicious cycle, let's see how you deal with the next stage of the alchemy assessment. The alchemy furnace suddenly opened, and an exotic fragrance whizzed out of it along with a heat wave. Senior brother Yi heaved a long sigh of relief, and rubbed his sleepy head. Then, he stretched out his hand, and collected the 7 pills fluttering in the air into the jade bottle. After that, he swallowed an orange-red fiery bird. At this moment, senior brother Qi whistled on the other side. The red tail of the fire fox under the furnace suddenly flashed with a trace of white light. Then, the red furnace fire suddenly burst into a white flame. The white flame disappeared in a flash. Senior brother Qi's furnace was still open. The aroma of the pills assailed the nostrils. He also collected the 7 pills. At the same time, Lu Ping made 9 seals in succession. The red ibis fire at the bottom of the furnace burst into a blood-red fire wave. The furnace in front of him shook, and 7 pills like jade beads jumped out of the furnace one after another and were collected by Lu Ping. Lu Ping reached out to collect the red ibis fire, which had become a little dim, with the spirit-gathering plate. When he looked up, he found that senior brother Yi and senior brother Qi were looking at him. When they saw Lu Ping looking back, they withdrew their eyes and flew to the area where the Zhang family and the Wang family were. However, Lu Ping still saw a trace of fear in their eyes. Senior brother Qi and senior brother Yi naturally knew about the 3 jade elixir, but this alchemist named Lu Jiu in front of them was obviously refining this kind of elixir for the first time. Otherwise, he would not be the last alchemist in the cave to refine elixir. However, what made them afraid, in addition to this person's strong supernatural power and divine sense, was this person's stable success rate. All 3 furnaces of elixir had a success rate of 70%. Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? A success rate of 70% was not too high for the elite alchemists of these big sects, but being able to control the success rate of each furnace of elixir to be at 70% was another meaning. After Yi and Qi got the 3 elixir recipes, they had refined 2 of them before. They first chose the easiest one and easily refined 9 elixirs. The second one was a little more difficult, but it also had an 80% success rate. The last one was their first time refining. In addition, they had refined 2 furnaces of elixir before, so their supernatural power and divine sense were inevitably a little tired, so they had a success rate of 70%. Yu Jiangrui's expression was as gloomy as still water. Obviously, he also realized this problem. But then, he saw Lu Ping's pale face and faint beads of sweat on his forehead as he walked towards Li Maolin and the others. Yu Jiangrui sneered. Lu Ping did not speak to Li Maolin and others. After coming down from the White Cloud Pill room, he showed the 21 elixirs to the masters, then sat cross-legged on the cloud in the main hall. He swallowed a elixir and began to meditate to recover the spiritual power and divine sense in his body. Li Maolin did not know how Lu Ping was doing. Seeing Lu Ping in such a state, he could not help but feel anxious. However, he still tried his best to remain calm. Li Xiuzhu and Qi Lianying knew that Lu Ping had cultivated the divine sense transformation technique and could even suppress Chu Ting with his blood condensation realm spiritual power. He definitely would not be as weak as he appeared to be. The 2 women looked at each other and did not speak. Only Li Xiuzhu's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking. Qi Lianying's beautiful eyes wandered as she looked at Lu Ping, who was meditating. More and more alchemists handed their elixirs to the masters to examine. The results of the first stage of the elixir gathering were out quickly. According to the Northern Alliance's rules, half of the alchemists would be eliminated in this stage. The masters in the main hall set the standard at 60% success rate based on the results. Almost 100 alchemists were eliminated. On the second day, the second stage of the elixir gathering began. This time, there were still 3 types of elixir recipes, but they were all half-step core forging elixirs. Lu Ping was about to follow the crowd into the White Cloud Pill room when he heard Hong Yi, Laozu, suddenly say, "I didn't expect the Northern Alliance to have an expert from the monster race participate in this elixir gathering. Congratulations." A long laugh came from the void of the heaven's abode. "Haha, this time, I brought my disciple here without an invitation, it is indeed rude of me. I hope Ancestor won't take it to heart. I am Yen Wujiu, a demon cultivator from the East Sea." The cultivators in the White Cloud Pill room were in an uproar. They did not expect the Northern Alliance to let a monster cultivator sneak into Heaven City and come to the Heaven Palace. Only the masters in the main hall seemed to have encountered a very difficult problem. They communicated with each other with their eyes, sending a message, "Why is he here?" Hong Yi, Laozu, smiled and said, "He is a guest. There is no need to be rude." Hong Yi, Laozu, waved his hands from the middle to the sides. The White Cloud Pill room suddenly split open, and the clouds quickly gathered, forming a white cloud path that led to the end of the White Cloud Pill room. At the end of the path, 2 figures, one tall and one short, were slowly walking towards the crowd. Chapter 272. In Heaven's Hollow, there was a path paved with white clouds that led straight into the depths of the hollow. The person leading the way had long sleeves fluttering in the wind. He wore a high hat and a wide belt, looking like a great sage. For a moment, Lu Ping felt as if he could see spiritual master Jiang Xuanlin's elegant demeanor from this person. Behind this person was a long-necked youth with a single horn on his head. The youth looked like a child who had left his home for the first time. He maintained a strong sense of curiosity towards everything around him. As he walked along the white cloud path, he looked all around him, taking in the scenery of Heaven's Hollow. When he saw the hundreds of human cultivators on the white cloud in the center of the hollow, his face was filled with surprise. The two of them arrived on the white cloud in the center. The person leading the way bowed slightly to spiritual master Hongye and said, "Yan Wujiu has come uninvited, please don't blame me, Laozu." Hongye Laozu actually stood up slightly and said, "Your presence brings light to the Northern Alliance." He gestured for Yan Wujiu to sit, then pointed to the young cultivator behind him and said, "This is a disciple that the old man took in a few years ago. He has some talent in alchemy. This time, I brought him here to broaden his horizons, but I didn't expect it to be too late. I hope that Laozu can make an exception and give this child a chance to gain experience." Hongye Laozu heard the pleading tone in Yan Wujiu's words and looked at the single-horned, long-necked youth in surprise. He said, "Since fellow Yan has asked, and he is also your disciple, the old man has no reason to refuse. However, what do the spiritual masters of Kunshan and the other sects think?" Spiritual master Kunshan and the others looked at each other. How could they dare to say no? They all said, "We will follow Laozu's instructions." Among the alchemists below the stage, there were some who were unhappy that this half-transformed demon clan young man had interfered and directly entered the second stage of the elixir gathering. However, who would be stupid enough to question the fairness of the elixir gathering competition to the alchemy grandmasters present? Although Lu Ping wondered why a Yao alchemist would suddenly participate, this was clearly not something that Lu Ping could participate in right now. Strength determined a cultivator's status. Right now, Lu Ping could only appear in the Eastern Sea as a loose cultivator. In the competition between the various forces of the Eastern Sea, he didn't even have the qualifications to be a chess piece. As Lu Ping's will moved slightly, the white cloud under his feet suddenly enveloped Lu Ping, forming a pill room. Lu Ping's figure in the pill room was faintly discernible, as if it was extremely clear, but also as if there was a layer in between, so that Lu Ping could use some secret techniques that he didn't want to use in front of the cultivators. When Lu Ping's divine will touched the other alchemists' cloud rooms, he found that his divine will was blocked by an invisible restriction in the white cloud. He couldn't clearly sense the actions of the cultivators in the cloud rooms, so he could only observe the surrounding cultivators with his eyes. However, his eyes couldn't clearly see the process of each alchemist. Lu Ping knew that this was a method set up by the Northern Alliance to protect the privacy of the alchemists. Although Lu Ping still had doubts about this restriction, he couldn't help but praise the Northern Alliance's actions. After the gathering, at least the Northern Alliance would have some understanding of these alchemists. Lu Ping's divine will swept through the jade slips on the cloud table. This time, there were 2 pill recipes recorded in the jade slips. One of them was the form transformation pill that Lu Ping was quite familiar with. The form transformation pill was a half-step core forging pill that was specially prepared for late blood condensation demons. It allowed late blood condensation demons to transform into human form before advancing to the core forging realm. However, some of the more obvious characteristics of the demon race would be retained until they advanced to the core forging realm. Lu Ping had this pill recipe in his hand. Originally, he asked for it to be prepared for the Blue Phoenix. Unexpectedly, the Blue Phoenix seemed to know what he would look like after consuming the form transformation pill and refused to consume it. The 3 green sea snakes, on the other hand, couldn't forget about the form transformation pill. However, when Samling advanced to the late blood condensation realm, he also refused to consume it, saying that he would only consume it after he advanced to the late blood condensation realm. Helpless, Lu Ping could only store the completed form transformation pill. After preparing the cauldron, Lu Ping thought for a while and took out the scarlet nightmare flame from his storage ring. Then, he started refining the pill. Lu Ping's decision to take the lead in concocting the form transformation pellet was clearly out of Yu Jiangrui and the others' expectations. Yu Jiangrui glanced at Lu Ping disdainfully. He stretched out his hand and cast out the first stage of the pellet concoction with a white flame. Then, he made a hand seal and the 4 big-headed monsters carved on the cauldron's walls suddenly seemed to come alive. They opened their mouths and spat out red, green, purple, and yellow flames, which merged with the white flame to form a strange 5-colored flame that burned fiercely at the bottom of the cauldron. Senior brother Yi and senior brother Qi also secretly increased their speed. Senior brother Yi spat out the firebird from his mouth again. This time, the firebird's light orange-red color had become a lot darker. The firebird stretched its neck and flapped its wings. As it flew towards the cauldron, it opened its beak and spat out a thin thread of flame, burning the white clouds around the cauldron. Senior brother Qi didn't want to be left behind. The red fire fox turned white for some reason. Its snow-white fox tail kept wagging at the cauldron, causing white sparks to explode at the bottom of the cauldron. After a while, senior brother Qi also started throwing spirit herbs into the cauldron. Lu Ping's refining of the form transformation pill had been relatively smooth. This also gave Lu Ping time to observe the refining situation of the surrounding alchemists. When he saw that the surrounding alchemists were more or less using different fire seeds, Lu Ping found a shortcoming in his own alchemy. That was, the fire seeds in Lu Ping's hands were too few. So far, Lu Ping only had 2 fire seeds, the Scarlet Nightmare Flame and the Blue Spiritual Fire. There were all kinds of pills, and the nature of the fire seeds were different. When different pills were refined with different fire seeds, the effects of the finished pills might be very different. It wasn't that Lu Ping couldn't collect more fire seeds. It was just that although Lu Ping was good at alchemy, he was still an orthodox cultivator. Although being an alchemist gave him a huge boost in status, Lu Ping coveted longevity. Most of his time was spent on cultivation, unlike an orthodox alchemist who prioritized improving their alchemy skills. Moreover, he had a heaven and earth spirit fire, a blue spiritual fire, which had a much wider range of uses in alchemy. Naturally, he didn't bother to find more fire seeds. There weren't many thousand-year-old spirit herbs needed to refine the form transformation pill. Its difficulty was only comparable to that of the face-retaining pill. Although Lu Ping didn't use the blue spiritual fire, with the support of his self-created purification technique and his huge divine sense, the form transformation pill easily reached a success rate of 60%. Moreover, after the pill furnace was opened, 6 pills jumped out of the pill furnace and drew a semicircle above the pill furnace, as if they were avoiding Lu Ping from collecting the pills. Even a low-level half-step forging pill like the form transformation pill can reach the half-step psychic level. This alchemist from the Li family of the Three Families Island seems to have some skills. Immortal Qin, who was on the white cloud in the center, casually chatted with Immortal Kun Shan and the others. At the same time, his divine sense was patrolling the white cloud pill room in the void, constantly paying attention to the hundreds of alchemists. At the same time, he casually commented on the alchemy process of these alchemists with a few immortal masters. Compared to the alchemists nurtured by other forces and sects, he's not bad. However, compared to Zhou Chuang, Ning Shiais, and the other disciples of the 5 great sects of the Eastern Sea, there's still a gap. Even that Yu Jiangrui is above him, unless he still has some trump card that he hasn't used. However, the Li family's assessment of a medium-sized force can rest easy. Immortal Kun Shan casually glanced in the direction of Lu Ping and said, "Immortal Kun Shan, don't forget that there's still Yan Wujiu's disciple." Immortal Kun Shan glanced in the direction of Yan Wujiu's disciple, the one-horned, long-necked youth, as if he had discovered some secret. His entire person seemed to be a little shocked, but then he very well concealed his expression. Then, which one of the people sitting here wasn't an old and shrewd person? How could Immortal Kun Shan's expression escape their eyes? However, at this time, the expressions of the other immortal masters were not much better than immortal Kun Shan's. They secretly glanced at Yan Wujiu, who was secretly discussing something with Hongye Laozu. Their eyes flashed with a trace of fear, envy, and jealousy. However, looking at the serious expressions on the faces of the two, everyone's hearts flashed with a trace of solemnity. At this time, Lu Ping had already begun to refine the second type of alchemy, the detachment pill. This was a type of healing pill. After a cultivator suffered from a broken limb, this pill could be used in an extremely short period of time to quickly reconnect the severed limb. However, the reconnected limb would be extremely fragile and would require a large amount of time and magic power to recuperate. The difficulty of refining this pill was comparable to the golden firmament pill that Lu Ping had refined in the past. Both required 12 types of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. In order to refine this pill, the scarlet nightmare flame in Lu Ping's hand was already somewhat lacking. Lu Ping was unwilling to expose the azure spirit flame in his hand. He could only use his spiritual sense with all his might and exert all his strength to display a purification technique in order to remove as many impurities as possible from the pill. Then, in the process of condensing the pill, he drew out an azure flame from his waist. With the help of the green flame, the crimson nightmare fire burned brightly, and the faint medicinal aroma grew thicker. 2 muffled sounds came from the cauldron, and 2 of the 8 medicinal pellets that were slowly condensing exploded. Lu Ping's divine sense finally relaxed a little. Fortunately, the azure flame came in time. Otherwise, the scarlet nightmare flame was not strong enough, and it would not just be 2 pills that exploded. It was still 6 pills, a 60% success rate. Yu Jiangrui and the others were guessing the azure flame that Lu Ping used for the second time. This time, Lu Ping finished refining the 2 pills early and returned to Li Maolin's side to quietly wait for the result. Since the Li family was basically no longer a small force, his expression seemed to be relaxed. However, with Yu Jiangrui and Lu Ping's cauldron-smashing agreement, he was embarrassed to appear too excited. As for the engagement between Li Xiuzhu and Shen Guanhao, he did not care at all. The Li family's true heritage was not something that the Shenguan family could provoke. By the time the second stage was completed, 3 days had passed. Immortal Qin directly announced that more than a dozen alchemists who had not finished were eliminated, causing most of the alchemists' pill furnaces to explode. Only a few people were still persisting, which earned Immortal Qin's appreciative gaze. The elimination standard of the second stage was set at a 50% success rate. Those with a success rate below 40% were all eliminated. Even many elixirs with a success rate of 50% were eliminated by several alchemy masters who thought that the quality of the elixirs was too poor. Yu Jiangrui was as experienced as ever. His success rate for both half-step core forging realm medicinal pellets had reached 80%. Lu Ping noticed that Yu Jiangrui had used more than 7 types of fire seeds during the first 2 cauldrons of medicinal pellets. When he was concocting the second batch of medicinal pellets, the 2 rings on his hands also spewed out 2 types of fire seeds, turning the originally colorless fire into a 7-colored one. Perhaps it was because senior brother Yi was from the Northern Alliance that he had the geographical and social advantage. When it came time to refine the second type of Dan, his success rate was 70%. Senior brother Qi, on the other hand, only managed to refine 6. After 2 rounds, nearly half of the nearly 100 alchemists were eliminated, leaving only 47. Lu Ping woke up from his meditative state and asked Li Maolin who had the highest success rate in the second stage. Li Maolin pointed at the single-horned, long-necked youth beside Yan Wujiu and said, he refined 17 elixirs. The highest success rate among the others was 18. That's the same for all the major sections. Li Maolin paused, then added, Yu Jiangrui as well. Lu Ping nodded with a solemn expression. If Lu Ping's guess was right, the 5 sect's disciples had held back and didn't use their full strength. However, the monster young man didn't have the human's 9 twists mind, so it was more likely that he had used his full strength. Li Maolin wanted to say something, but he was afraid of affecting the battle between Lu Ping and Yu Jiangrui, so he stuffed a storage bag into Lu Ping's hand and did not say anything. Lu Ping looked at the storage bag in his hand strangely, not knowing what Li Maolin was planning. After scanning it with his divine sense, he looked at Li Maolin strangely. Li Maolin pondered for a moment, then said, "She said that she was reckless that day, but the agreement in the listening small villa still stands." Lu Ping knew that he was talking about Chu Ting, so he nodded and did not say anything. Another day passed. Although this heaven's grotto was vast, it was obviously under the control of Taoist Master Red Leaf. Everyone could not wander around at will, so they could only cultivate on this huge white cloud. Fortunately, the spiritual qi in the heaven's grotto was abundant, and it was no less than that of a medium-sized spiritual vein. This made many cultivators quite happy. Moreover, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, hundreds of core forging masters spontaneously held several small trade fairs on this white cloud to exchange what they needed. Li Maolin and Li Xiuzhu also participated several times. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, it was obvious that they had gained a lot. Today is the third stage. Everyone only needs to refine one type of elixir, but I don't know if there are any alchemists who are proficient in the combat elixir faction among you, because today's competition will only refine one type of elixir, called the intentional combat elixir. Chapter 273. Battle Pill was a famous sect among alchemists, but it wasn't widely spread. In the history of the cultivation world, because alchemists put too much energy on alchemy, their strength was generally weak among cultivators. Before they established their lofty status in the cultivation world, alchemists were just a weak group that served cultivators in the eyes of cultivators. They played the role of an employer among various powerful factions. Some alchemists who were interested in improving their status hoped to transform alchemy into the alchemist's own strength, thereby further improving the alchemist's status in the cultivation world. After several generations of alchemists' painstaking attempts, they finally succeeded in refining a unique pill that was different from the past. This was the intentional battle pill. Strictly speaking, the intentional battle pill was not a pill in the real sense. It would not be consumed by cultivators. On the contrary, it required the alchemist to concentrate and condense his most proud spell into the pill during the refining process. When the alchemist encountered danger, the battle pill could be quickly activated to help the alchemist defeat the enemy. The intentional battle pill looked more like a different kind of talisman or talisman treasure, but the spiritual herbs and spiritual materials used to refine the intentional battle pill were far more powerful than the spiritual materials used to make talisman or talisman treasure. Therefore, the power of the spell sealed in the battle pill was often comparable to the power of the spell used by the cultivator in a fight. From this point of view, the quality of the battle pill was above the talisman or talisman treasure. However, the appearance of the battle pill did not improve the alchemist's status in the cultivation world. Although the quality of the battle pill was above the talisman or talisman treasure, it was far more difficult to refine than the talisman or talisman treasure. The inheritance of the alchemist was also extremely difficult. The spiritual herbs and spiritual materials needed to refine the battle pill were really expensive. More importantly, the alchemists themselves were weak. How powerful could the battle pill they refined be? The invention of the battle pill did not change the status of alchemists in the cultivation world. On the contrary, it itself became a useless inheritance for alchemists. Thus, although the battle pill was famous among alchemists, it was often abandoned by alchemists in the actual inheritance. It was only passed down among a very small portion of alchemists. The improvement of the alchemist's status was ultimately due to the increasing number of spiritual herbs and cultivators in the cultivation world. The increasing demand for large amounts of cultivation resources and the collective demands of the majority of alchemists made the alchemist's status in the cultivation world become more and more important. It was also because of the history of alchemists being despised and suppressed by cultivators that the alchemist group became more isolated, stubborn, strange, and out of place in the cultivation world. When Qin Jinren announced that the third stage of the refining task was actually the intentional battle pill, the remaining 43 alchemists were all surprised. Even the alchemist masters of the other 4 sects looked at Qin Jinren suspiciously. Qin Jinren's expression was innocent. He quickly gestured in the direction of Hongya Laozu and Yan Wujiu's secret conversation. The other 4 masters were silent. Lu Ping frowned as he carefully studied the jade slip in the cloud room. The concoction of the battle pill had completely surpassed the scope of alchemy itself. It was more like a combination of alchemy, refining, and talisman crafting. Although Lu Ping had long heard of the battle pill's fame among alchemists, he had never had the slightest understanding of it. Not only Lu Ping, but Yu Jiangrui, senior brother Qi, senior brother Yi, and the other alchemists were also frowning in their respective cloud rooms. In the previous 2 stages, every alchemist encountered different pill recipes. The Northern Alliance had at least hundreds of late blood condensation and half-step core forging pill recipes. With so many pill recipes being made public, how many of them were still hidden? The concoction of the battle pill required more than 10 types of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs and several types of high-grade and top-grade spiritual materials. Each of the 43 alchemists present had 2 sets of materials. This made Lu Ping deeply shocked by the Northern Alliance's wealth. In the third stage, every alchemist had the same pill recipe. The quality of the battle pill not only depended on the quality of the pill itself, but also the power of the sealing spell. Of course, the higher the quality of the pill, the more powerful the sealing spell would be. Of course, the prerequisite was that the alchemist's spell was strong enough. The battle pill was more like a comprehensive measure of an alchemist's alchemy skills and strength. Just when everyone was still trying to figure it out, they suddenly heard a chuckle. Although the person who laughed did not mean it, it was a little abrupt in this situation. When the crowd looked over, they saw an alchemist dressed in black, who represented the Sky Fisher Sword sect, with a piercingly cold aura. He paid no heed to the angry glares from the other alchemists, and took out a huge copper cauldron from his storage bracelet. The other alchemists looked on with envy, because this alchemist had swapped out a high-grade alchemy cauldron. A high-grade cauldron was comparable to a magic treasure. Only a large sect like Skyrend would give a high-grade cauldron to a blood condensation cultivator. Other than Yu Jiangrui, all the alchemists who participated in the gathering used mid-grade cauldrons. Yu Jiangrui was known as the #1 alchemist below Grandmaster alchemists. He had used his high-grade cauldron many times in front of others, so no one felt anything was wrong. Now that the alchemist from Skyrend suddenly took out a cauldron that clearly had not been used many times, everyone realized that since the alchemist from Skyrend had a high-grade cauldron, the disciples of the other 4 sects must also have one. Everyone looked at Zhou Chuang, Ning Shiais, and the others. As expected, the 4 of them did not seem surprised when the black-clothed alchemist threw out a high-grade cauldron. A thought flashed through Lu Ping's mind, and he immediately came to a realization. If the battle pill had caused any big trouble, it would have been when a sword cultivator found out about it. This talented cultivator was inspired by the battle pill and created a brand new inheritance method for sword cultivators. That was the sword pill technique. The so-called sword pill technique was a sword cultivator who sealed his proudest knowledge in a sword pill and gave it to his disciple. Through this sword pill, the disciple would be able to sense his master's cultivation realm from time to time. He could also use the sword pill to defeat his enemy at a critical moment. In some sword sects, the sword pill technique often replaced the blood condensation pill. When a sword cultivator advanced to the blood condensation realm, it could also be used as a natal magic tool to strengthen the sword cultivator's strength. The Heaven Fisher Sword sect naturally had a method to pass down the legacy of the sword pill. Perhaps this alchemist had benefited from this method of inheritance. Thus, to other alchemists, this battle pill might be rather uncommon, but to this black-clothed alchemist, it might not be too difficult. At this moment, low cries of surprise came one after another. When Lu Ping looked up, he saw that the alchemists from the Northern Alliance, the Crystal Palace, the Purple Charm Pavilion, and the Wind and Thunder Island had also started to refine the intentional battle pill. All four of them took out high-grade cauldrons, which caused the crowd to exclaim. More and more alchemists started to refine the battle pill. Lu Ping carefully recalled the pill recipe. When he found that there were no mistakes, he pulled at his storage bag. After being stifled for so many days, a clear cry with a lot of resentment and joy suddenly rang out, spreading far and wide in the heavens cave. Lu Ping was caught off guard. The blue phoenix had already flapped its wings and leaped onto Lu Ping's shoulder. Just as it was about to sing, Lu Ping reacted and hurriedly stopped it. At the same time, he formed a hand seal and set up a soundproof restriction in the cloud room. The blue phoenix shook its head in dissatisfaction. Only then did it see the situation around it clearly. In the void, many alchemists who were trying to figure out the pill recipe glared at Lu Ping. However, when trying to figure out a pill recipe, the most taboo was to disturb them. This was because in the process of alchemy, every missing detail would not bring irreparable damage. Therefore, alchemists would treasure every pill recipe they could figure out. Moreover, this elixir gathering was especially important for alchemists who desired to improve their alchemy skills. Lu Ping put down the middle-grade alchemy furnace. Then, he turned around and discussed something with the blue phoenix on his shoulder. The blue phoenix seemed extremely unwilling, but Lu Ping seemed to have made a promise. The blue phoenix, which had turned its head to the side, suddenly flapped its wings excitedly. It opened its mouth and spat out a thin blue flame. The flame curled up into a coil at the bottom of the alchemy furnace. As the blue flame danced, waves of heat blew on the cloud room that Lu Ping was in. The appearance of the blue phoenix allowed Yu Jiangrui and those who were paying attention to Lu Ping to know where the blue flame that Lu Ping had used in the final stage of refining the detachment pill came from. Yu Jiangrui's expression was a little bad. It was not because of the blue phoenix on Lu Ping's shoulder, but because of the battle pill. He was very confident in his alchemy skills, but the battle pill wasn't just a test of his alchemy skills. One of the main reasons why he had no hope of breaking through to the core forging stage was because he had been too obsessed with improving his alchemy skills when he was young. He had raised his cultivation level too quickly, causing his foundation to be greatly damaged. Lu Ping didn't realize that the blue phoenix's cry had actually attracted the attention of others. Yan Wujiu, who was in the middle of a secret conversation with Hongye Laozu, suddenly stopped and turned his head to look in Lu Ping's direction. He just happened to see Lu Ping discussing something with the blue phoenix on his shoulder. Then, the blue phoenix excitedly spat out the blue phoenix's flame to help Lu Ping refine the battle pill. Hongye Laozu seemed to know something and casually said, "This little guy is really good to his spirit pet." He didn't put any restrictions on the little bird. Obviously, the soundproof restriction that Lu Ping used couldn't stop Hongye Laozu and Yan Wujiu from probing. The conversation between the man and the bird was clearly heard by the two of them. Yan Wujiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Laozu. There are many spirit pets among the Yao race that are human cultivators. Although this little bird is of the same race as me, its master clearly takes good care of it and didn't force it to use any evil restrictions. Wujiu won't go so far as to cause trouble for this little guy." But why would Laozu have the leisure to talk about this minor repairs of the blood condensation realm? Hongye Laozu chuckled and said, "Who doesn't know that you, Yan Wujiu, are usually the most protective of your people? But this little guy's alchemy skills are quite solid. It shouldn't be too hard for him to get into the top 16 and get a spot to enter Ziyue Paradise. It would be a pity if he was killed by you." Yan Wujiu nodded and said, "Looks like the rumors are true. The Northern Alliance's Ziyue Paradise is really on the verge of collapse." Hongye Laozu nodded helplessly and said, "Ziyue Paradise is one of the first treasures of the Northern Alliance to become a paradise. There are many inheritances of the Northern Alliance in it. It has a long history. Now that the artifact's lifespan has come to an end, we have moved most of the inheritances to other paradises. But there are still a few inheritances that were lost because the artifact's collapse was too sudden. Even though my senior brothers are doing their best to maintain it, only blood condensation cultivators can enter. Yan Wujiu thought for a moment and said, "Is Ziyue Paradise really the place where the Northern Alliance's pill refiners' inheritances are located? Only blood condensation realm pill refiners can enter." Hongye Laozu nodded and said helplessly, "Exactly. Otherwise, why would we use such a grand event to attract the best blood condensation pill refiners from the Eastern Sea? Our Northern Alliance has a lot of outstanding blood condensation disciples who can fight against core forging cultivators." Yan Wujiu had learned a lot of secrets from the Red Leaf ancestor, but before he could digest them all, he heard the ancestor say with a smile, "Could it be that there's something special about this little bird that made you investigate it so much?" Yan Wujiu smiled bitterly and said, "I knew it wouldn't be easy to get information from you, Laozu." Chapter 274. Each batch of spiritual herbs and materials could only be used to make one pill. The Northern Alliance prepared 2 sets of materials for each of the 43 alchemists. Out of caution, Lu Ping didn't want to seal any offensive spells in his first batch of pills. Instead, he chose to seal the relatively easy defensive spell, Water Curtain Heaven. With her peak blood condensation cultivation, the power of Lu Ping's green phoenix fire was clearly not something a normal fire elemental demon beast could compare to. After spending so much time with the green phoenix, they had a tacit understanding of each other. Very quickly, after Lu Ping's self-created purification technique, the battle pill entered the stage of solidification. Lu Ping had never crafted a mystic instrument with his own hands. His own mystic instrument was made from the 12 spirit beads. Lu Ping only needed to inject the 9 seals into the spirit beads one by one and nurture them in his heart core. However, Lu Ping had a good friend like Chen Lian who was obsessed with smithing. Under his influence, he had some understanding of smithing. In terms of making talismans, Lu Ping was quite accomplished. Therefore, with Lu Ping's current level of alchemy, he didn't encounter any special difficulties in making battle pills. However, just as Lu Ping purified the spiritual herbs and materials in the furnace, he discovered a phenomenon that surprised Lu Ping. The purification technique, which was derived from smithing, seemed to have a more significant effect on making battle pills. Battle pills were originally more difficult to make than heart-dissolving pills. The reason why Lu Ping sealed the Water Curtain Heaven in his first batch of pills was because he was worried that the quality of the battle pill would not be able to reach the required level and seal Lu Ping's powerful sword intent within it. However, the purification technique directly raised the quality of the battle pill to an ideal level. The purification technique actually had this kind of effect. It seemed that the legend of making battle pills was a combination of alchemy, smithing, and talisman making. It wasn't just because of the spiritual herbs and materials used for smithing. Lu Ping's protective energy barrier, the heavenly water curtain, was only one step away from attaining the true defensive technique, the water curtain true dipper. Its defensive power was no longer inferior to an ordinary top-grade mystic instrument. Lu Ping's heavenly water curtain had already merged with the meteoric poison essence and the Kuei water essence. Lu Ping pondered for a while. The battle core was only used to seal ordinary spells. It was obviously not worth it to use it against enemies. But if there were spells sealed inside, then the power would be. Perhaps this was one of the important reasons why battle pills could be passed down for generations. However, how could it be so easy to achieve a spell? In the world of cultivation, the difficulty of cultivating a spell was even higher than a cultivator reaching the core forging stage. Cultivators who were able to achieve a spell were often synonymous with amazing talent. Even though Lu Ping had obtained 2 kinds of natural treasures by chance and was only one step away from achieving the protective ability, Water Curtain Heaven, Lu Ping still wasn't confident that he would be able to find the last natural treasure. What's more, the spell Lu Ping had obtained through external force was at best a minor spell. Only Lu Ping's own cultivation and comprehension could truly become a major or supreme spell, just like Lu Ping's swordsmanship. Lu Ping could be considered quite talented in swordsmanship. He had also experienced life and death battles with sword geniuses like Ouyang Weijian and Daoist master Jin Li, so his achievements were not low. Although he had reached the highest level of complex sword training, creating 1,296 sword lights, he had only managed to create a spirit in a quarter of the sword lights. Once he had created a spirit in all of the 1,000 sword lights, he would have to achieve unity with the sword. Only then would he be considered to have reached the pinnacle of sword intent, peering into the threshold of swordsmanship. Once he crossed this threshold, Lu Ping would be able to create a sword spell, and a great spell at that. It was not something that could be compared to a minor spell like the water curtain heaven, which relied on external force. Legend had it that above the great spell, there was a supreme spell. The supreme spell of swordsmanship was known to almost all cultivators as the one sword to destroy all things. Among the seventh patriarch, only the most tyrannical Peng Daoren and Jiao Daoren had grasped this supreme spell. Although there were inheritances of this kind of supreme spell in the world of cultivation, ever since the seventh patriarch opened the heavens, there had never been a legend of someone achieving this kind of supreme spell. With the refinement of the first battle pill, the refinement of the second battle pill became much easier. Just as Lu Ping was carefully sealing the most powerful sword spell he had grasped into the second battle pill, Hongya Laozu looked at the blue phoenix on Lu Ping's shoulder with great interest. He said, "I didn't think that this little bird would actually have the bloodline of the fire phoenix. Doesn't that mean that this little bird will open the bloodline inheritance of your fire phoenix clan? Why would you allow the inheritance of the fire phoenix clan to be leaked and not bring her back?" Yan Wujiu smiled helplessly. He said, "Perhaps it's a seed left behind by a dissolute fellow in the Fire Phoenix clan. However, her mother is only of the Blue Phoenix bloodline, a branch of the Wan Daoist. In the world of Yao cultivators, her birth can only be counted as an upper middle class. Thus, even though she has the bloodline inheritance of the Fire Phoenix clan, it will not open when she is in the blood condensation realm. Instead, it will only be activated after she has reached the core forging realm. Only when the mana and bloodline in her body have reached a certain degree of purity will the inheritance be activated. Although this little bird is currently growing very well, and this minor repairs of the human race is very diligent, without the secret techniques of my Fire Phoenix clan, it will be extremely difficult for her to reach this stage." Hongya Laozu casually asked, "You haven't thought of bringing this little bird back to raise on your own?" Yan Wujiu said carelessly, "Ever since that idiot grandson of Yan Zhouxiao was instigated by the people of the Crystal Palace to capture Chu Fanyan's grandson to eat snake soup, the Fire Phoenix clan has been divided into two factions due to internal and external troubles. Right now, I am stuck in the middle and can't even take care of myself. Where would I have the chance to raise an illegitimate daughter that some bastard left outside? Even this disciple right now, if not for the fact that she is not of the Fire Phoenix clan, even with my protection, she would not be able to live in peace." At this moment, Hongya Laozu made a sound of surprise and said, "This little fellow has quite a few amazing methods. This secret technique of purification is quite exquisite. No wonder he dared to set a furnace-smashing pact as soon as he was born. What a pity." What he meant was that even if Lu Ping had the help of the improved purification technique from the spiritual fire smelting purification technique, it would still be extremely difficult for him to defeat Yu Jiangrui. Seeing that Lu Ping's purification technique was actually able to obtain Hongya Laozu's approval, Yan Wujiu was naturally very surprised. He turned his head and looked a few more times, then muttered, "This secret technique is quite similar to the spiritual fire smelting purification technique used by the only successor of the North Sea's Fei Ling sect, Zhongxian Laozu, Jiao Yuqiang." Hongya Laozu also looked a few more times when he heard this, and said, "It is indeed very similar to the secret technique of the legends. However, that spiritual fire smelting purification technique is a secret refining technique, and Zhongxian Laozu himself is a refining grand master, and has quite a bit of fame in the East Sea. Since when could this secret technique be used as a refining technique for refining pills?" Yan Wujiu said, "Perhaps he obtained some superficial knowledge of the Fei Ling sect's inheritance. After all, when the Fei Ling sect was destroyed, most of its inheritance was divided up by the various sects of the North Sea. However, there were still quite a few scattered inheritances scattered along with the surviving disciples. Moreover, didn't Taoist Zheng Xian escape to the East Sea with a group of disciples? However, to be able to improve a refining technique into a refining technique is already quite amazing. What a pity. Obviously, this Yan Wujiu was also not optimistic about Lu Ping's furnace-smashing pact. Although the concoction of a battle pill was considered difficult among the half-step forging pills, with 2 sets of ingredients as a base, the majority of alchemists were able to successfully concoct at least 1 battle pill. Only an extremely small number of alchemists failed both times. And the 36 alchemists who could successfully refine a battle pill naturally had the right to enter the Northern Alliance pill house to choose a pill recipe as a reward. However, this reward did not seem to excite those present. This was because the alchemists had more or less obtained a few pill recipes during the previous refining process. For example, Lu Ping had mastered the refining methods of the 3 Jade Spirit pill, the detachment pill, and the battle pill. What they cared more about was being able to enter the top 16 of the Northern Alliance's land of inheritance, Ziyue Paradise. This required the 36 alchemists who had successfully refined a battle pill to demonstrate their battle pill on the spot. Battle of Alchemy. Skyren's black-clothed disciple took a step forward and tossed his 2 battle pills into the air. He casually made a few hand seals, and the battle pill spun in the air. Every time it spun, a ray of sword chi would be thrown out. In an instant, dozens of rays of sword chi were thrown out. The goose egg-sized battle pill became smaller and smaller as it spun and the sword chi was thrown out. By the time over 200 sword chis had been flung out, the expressions of the surrounding alchemists were already grave. Sword intent level sword technique, to be able to cultivate the sword to such an extent, as expected of a disciple of the heaven-splitting sword sect. At this moment, the grape-sized battle pill suddenly exploded. 49 rays of sword chi flew out, emitting a chilling aura that seemed capable of splitting the sky and shattering the earth. Spiritual sword light. Sky-splitting sword light. The 40 alchemists' faces changed color. As expected of Skyren's disciple. Even though he was an alchemist, his swordsmanship. Then, the second battle pill exploded, and another 300 rays of sky-splitting sword chi were released. Lu Ping himself also had a serious expression. Skyren's swordsmanship was known as the best attack overseas. Even the Crystal Palace didn't dare to provoke him easily. Today, he saw that his swordsmanship was extremely sharp, and it was indeed worthy of the name, sky-splitting. Lu Ping secretly compared it with his own swordsmanship. If they were in the same realm, Lu Ping could only take a defensive position and rely on his strong mana to fight with his opponent. With Skyren's disciple in front, the rest of the alchemists' battle pill practice became much dimmer. However, Lu Ping still didn't dare to be careless, especially the 4 alchemists from the other 4 sects of East Ocean. Although these cultivators were alchemists, their cultivation was definitely not too bad. To be able to reach such a level, not only did he condense his sword intent, but he had also reached the sword art spiritual realm. Chapter 275. After the disciple of the purple amulet pavilion crushed his battle pill, a palm-sized purple amulet slowly rose into the air. 4 streams of purple gas surrounded the amulet. 5-striped purple amulet. A knowledgeable alchemist exclaimed, "This is one of the true skills of the purple amulet pavilion." Legend has it that the purple amulet can gather 9 streams of purple gas and form a 9-striped purple amulet. Then, a great magic can be achieved. The disciple of the Gale Thunder Island did not want to be outdone. After he presented his battle pill, 49 thunder fire chains exploded from the battle pill. The raging thunder fire made a loud noise in the Qian Yuan cave, not concealing the powerful power it contained. 49 thunder fire chains is also the power of a spell that has comprehended the concept. The Gale Thunder Island's Thunder Light Lightning Fire Net only needs 81 thunder fire chains to weave it. The disciple of the Crystal Palace, Ning Shi's, sneered. 2 battle pills exploded, and 2 crystal towers appeared above his head. Ocean Calming Tower, a 6-story ocean calming tower. The ocean calming river magic only needs a 9-story ocean calming tower to perform. Everyone looked at Zhou Chuang of the Northern Alliance. This disciple of Red Leaf Laozu had an indifferent expression. The battle pill in his hand rapidly melted in the air. At the same time, a cloud of gray gas appeared out of thin air. It expanded and changed into various shapes in the air. A bleak and desolate aura filled the cave. For a moment, Lu Ping felt as if everything had withered and the end of the world had come. The alchemists of the 5 great sects competed to take out the battle pills that they had refined. They flew around the sky of the Heaven's Origin cave without fear, as if they were cranes among chickens. After the other alchemists took out their battle pills, they mostly used some ordinary secret techniques. Not to mention the concept, there weren't many who could even reach the Force realm. Rubbing the 2 battle cores in his hand, Lu Ping sneered at Yu Jiangrui, Senior Brother Yi, and Senior Brother Qi, who had yet to activate their battle cores. Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Qi seemed to know each other's identity. After hearing that the task of refining elixirs at this stage was to fight elixirs, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and ignored Lu Ping at the same time. In their view, even if Lu Ping, who was born as a rogue cultivator, had talent in alchemy, how could he also have a strong magic power? Even disciples of major sects like them, who were highly valued by their sects, were far weaker than cultivators of the same cultivation stage as them. Senior Brother Qi's battle core transformed into a fire fox, which was quite similar to the fire fox he had used to refine elixirs. However, this fire fox had 3 fluffy tails behind it. 1 red, 1 white, and 1 blue, 3 dancing flames, made the 3 tails look like they were dancing in the wind. Senior Brother Ye's battle core transformed into a dancing fire bird. 6 gorgeous feathers were inserted into the fire bird's tail. When it looked around, it looked quite awe-inspiring, like the king of birds. When the Cyan Wan on Lu Ping's shoulder saw the fiery bird, the lazy bird suddenly perked up. Its sharp eyes glowed with a fiery light and it spread its wings, wanting to rush forward to compete with the fiery bird. Fortunately, Lu Ping noticed it in time. The robe on his shoulder suddenly turned into a puddle of water and bound the Cyan Wan's feet tightly to his shoulder. Senior Brother Yi seemed to sense something. He raised his head and glanced at Lu Ping, then turned his head away in disdain. However, the Cyan Phoenix on Lu Ping's shoulder attracted his attention. The Cyan Phoenix shouted at Lu Ping with dissatisfaction. Lu Ping's expression didn't change. His lips moved slightly, and no one knew what he said. Only then did the Cyan Phoenix calm down. However, looking at the way it stared at the fire bird in the sky, it was obvious that it was extremely unconvinced. Yu Jiangrui's battle core was nothing new. What was sealed inside was only an ordinary sea of fire spell. Fortunately, his alchemy skills were really good. Both sets of materials were refined into battle cores. Therefore, even though the power of 1 battle core didn't seem to be enough, when he used 2 battle cores together, its power was much greater than those cultivators who only refined 1 battle core. In the sky above the heavenly abode, the battle dawn of these 8 cultivators were the most splendid and vast. Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Qi both looked at the 5 magic lights that were slightly higher than theirs with envy. Not only were their alchemy skills not as good as the 5 best alchemists of the 5 sects, but their cultivation in magic arts was also slightly lower. Geniuses were geniuses. Not everyone was like them. Whether it was alchemy skills or cultivation, they could advance at the same time. Fortunately, compared to the others, the 2 of them could be considered the highest level group apart from these 5 people. Even Yu Jiangrui, who had always suppressed the 2 of them in alchemy skills, looked at the ball of light above his head that could at most be considered a fire pond. How could that little power be worthy of being called a sea of fire spell? Just as the 2 of them regained some confidence from the people who were not as good as them, they heard a soft cracking sound. Amidst the roars of the many magic techniques, the sound was clearly heard by every alchemist in the Heaven's Hollow. When the two of them turned to look, they saw the long-necked young man who had come with Yan Wujiu open his tightly clenched left hand. A few cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the emerald green battle core above his head. A small seedling, like a shy young girl playing hide and seek with an outsider, slowly stretched out from the broken battle core. Then, it grew faster and stronger, until a towering parasol tree directly pierced a hole in the spell light of the 5 sex disciples at the highest point of the cave. Then, it firmly occupied a spot at the highest point of the cave. "Oh, so it's the Wuduan clan. No wonder you accepted him as a disciple. I thought this kind of pure-blooded Wuduan didn't exist overseas. Only those large sects and families in the Central Plains might have one or two kept in captivity." Hong Yi Laozu looked at the long-necked young man in the sky above the cave and nodded in a rare way. He said to Yan Wujiu with a smile on his face. A satisfied look appeared in Yan Wujiu's eyes, but he still spoke modestly. "Your alliances Zhou Chuang and the Crystal Palace's Ning Shi'is aren't bad either. Both of them cultivate the true techniques of their respective sects, and they've actually reached the stage of complex concepts. In time, they might even have greater accomplishments." Just as the many cultivators in the second cave were staring at the towering parasol tree in a daze, a thump, thump sound suddenly rang out from all around the cave. For a moment, it actually resonated with the heartbeats of every alchemy master present. Just as the alchemy masters had yet to recover from their indescribable shock, a small golden battle core had already appeared in the sky above the cave. The thump, thump sound was coming from this core. A strange emotion began to spread in all directions. In an instant, in the perception of all the alchemy masters present, it was as if this golden core had a life of its own. It was like an egg that was about to be born into the world, and within it was a peerless beast that was about to be born. Spirit Communication Battle Core.